Good morning, race fans from a sunny California, Kern County, Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We are at round 6 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski and Gregg Ginsberg on the call today. We are getting ready for our first races of the day, Spec Miata, Spec MX-5, and it is time to take a look at this racetrack that we are using today at Buttonwillow. We call it configuration 25 clockwise. We have 50 potential configurations at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We're using number 25, and we're going in the clockwise direction. And here it is. Basically, most of the racetrack here for 25 clockwise, the portions we don't use are the A section just above the off-ramp, the bus stop just above the dog leg, and there's a shorter little bit just below Star Mazda. We are skipping those for today, and this gives us a 2.92 mile, 21 turn course, and it is a ton of fun. Some tricky bits, some fast bits, but it's good time. Greg, good morning. You've got the our grid for this first race already.
I do indeed, Brian. Good morning, and let's get ready to race here. Our first race of the day, all Mazdas, Spec Miata and Spec MX-5. We have 11 drivers in Spec Miata, 12 in Spec MX-5. They're going to be getting a split start. Let's start, with the Spec Miatas. Starting 11th on the field today, driving the number 114 machine. He's from Pleasanton, California. It's Scott Howard. Todd Lunchbaugh will be starting 10th. Todd's driving the number 93 machine. He's from Glendora. Ryan Busk will start 9th. He's driving the number 83 Spec Miata. He's from Chandler, Arizona, with Aaron Lukart, the 4th. Not to be confused with the 3rd. He's going to be starting 8th. He's driving the number 7 car. He's from Corona, California. Then we've got David Varco. David is starting 7th. He's driving the number 98 machine. He's from Bonita, California, with Brett Rivetta starting 6th, driving the number 89 Spec Miata. He's from El Cajon. Jeremy Rutter, formerly of the Washington, D.C. area, now living out in Sherman Oaks, California. Not the day he wanted yesterday. He starts 5th. Today in the number 37 machine. Austin Varco will start 4th. He's driving the number 2 Spec Miata. He's from Bonita, California, with Ren Messenger starting 3rd. Ren is out of Bedford, New York. Then we've got yesterday's Spec Miata winner starting on the outside of the front row. Wyatt Couch is driving the number 66 machine, and he hails from El Dorado Hills, California. That leaves our pole sitter in Spec Miata driving the number 35 car. He's from Encino, California. It's Evan Jacobs. Now let's move on to SMX, starting 12th, driving the number 6 Mazda MX-5 from San Jose, California. It's Patrick Drinkwine. Then we've got Richard James starting 11th. Richard is driving the number 91 car. He's from Trabuco Canyon, California, with Michael Travers starting 10th. Michael is driving the 132 MX-5. He's from Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Sophia Story is starting 9th today. Sophia is driving the number 65 SMX. She is from Solvang, California, with Michael Newmeyer starting in 8th. Michael is driving the 72 car. He's from San Mateo. Michael Wannenberg will start 7th. He's in the number 29 car. He's from Pahrump, Nevada, with Adrian Comstock starting in 6th. Adrian is driving the number 15 car. He's out of Beverly Hills. Then yesterday's SMX winner, Cooper Hicks, driving the number 86 machine, looking to repeat today. He's from Simi Valley, California. Ryan Gutierrez will start 4th. Ryan is driving the 116 machine. He's from Madera, California, with Dave Tooker starting 3rd. He's driving the number 25 Mazda MX-5. He's from Concord, California. And now your front row in SMX, driving the number 27 Mazda MX-5 from Clovis, California. It's Jared Koch, and your pole sitter, and finished 2nd to Hicks yesterday in our sprint race. He's in the number 11 Spec MX-5. He's from Glendora, California. Qualifying time of 2 minute 2 second .188. It's Wesley Molno.
There are our cars now going through Cotton Corners and up over the hill at the Grapevine. And we are getting ready to get this class. So today, everybody, our races are exactly the same as yesterday, but they're different. Same cars, same classes, same run group order. The difference is yesterday we had 25-minute races. Today we have 17 laps races. There is a 35-minute limit, but we are going to try to go to races even though, go to laps. So unless we get way behind in the schedule, which I don't think is going to happen, knock on wood, I have faith that will not happen. I did say yesterday, though, I don't know if I said it on the broadcast, but that there's always a potential for fog this morning, and I figured I jinxed it because when I got on the highway to come up here about 10 miles south of here, it was pretty socked in with fog. When I got closer to the racetrack, the racing gods delivered us a beautiful day. So it is a fantastic morning here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Pulling up the weather app, I can tell you that right now the temperature is, I'm going to guess, right around 49 degrees. Oh, it's warm, Greg. 54 degrees this morning.
Ooh.
Going up to 73. It will be literally a perfect day for racing here at Buttonwillow.
Yeah, a little bit warmer than it was yesterday morning when these drivers went out for their second qualifying session. Of course, they raced yesterday afternoon. So let's talk a little bit here, Brian, as the safety car bringing the field down towards the Star Mazda turn. Yesterday's winner, Cooper Hicks, took the win after starting 5th on the field, much as he is starting today. Did not have incredibly fast lap times in qualifying, but the kid has some talent. The kid came from running Spec Miata previously with another race organization where he was the Teen Mazda Challenge champion last year, back in 2022. He's only, I believe, now 16 years old. And as many of our racers are in the field, and he had again an amazing start and really took the screw, put the screws to Wes Mono during yesterday's race to hold on for the win. We've got the pace car now heading into the pit lane, and SMX is going to be coming around the Sunset Bend, Brian, onto the front straight for their start momentarily, while we've got our Spec Miatas still kind of strung out, coming out of Star Mazda there and through the S's, getting ready. But let's move over to the front straight for our first start.
All right, here comes our cars down towards the green flag potentially, and it is now in the air. Look at the plane in the background. This is picture-perfect Buttonwillow, everybody, as our Spec MX-5 cars go down towards the first corner for the last time, the first time for the last time this weekend, as they start their last race of the weekend here. 2x2, side by side, all the way through that first corner, nice and clean, heading down towards now the off-ramp. Now we have our Spec Miata field coming for their start as well. Got one car popping out on the outside, I believe. No, that is not David Varco. That is the other red Miata in this group as they move into turn one.
I believe that was Ryan Buska.
I believe you're right as well.
As we didn't see it in SMX, but we've got an early leader in Spec Miata. That is Evan Jacobs jumping to an early lead over Wyatt Couch with Messenger and Varco behind, as they now come through Cotton Corners and start to make their way down over towards the Grapevine. But as we move back over to SMX, look at this, Brian. They've actually gone and straightened out. They've actually gotten in line finally, as they were basically 2x2 all the way through the field there. And we'll take a look and see who our lead car is. And I believe that is the Mono car sitting up at the front of the field.
And then here is your Spec Miata field now coming down towards the dog leg. They're also single file at this point in time as they head now down towards Riverside. Everybody playing like good boys and girls early in this race, but there are still 16 plus laps to go for that to change, folks.
All right. All right, Brian, let's stick with Spec MX-5 here for a little bit, Director. And actually, I made a mistake there. I believe that is actually the Tooker machine.
It is.
Dave Tooker, number 25. He's your leader now. He was your provisional pole sitter after the first day of qualifying, and he now jumps to that early lead over Mono and Korth. Korth, as the field perhaps a little less stretched out than what we saw yesterday, but what we do see is making a run now around the outside there. That was Ryan Gutiel. For the moment, it looks like Cooper Hicks not able to advance up. He had that blazing start yesterday, but today he holds station in 5th position. I think some of those drivers ahead, Brian, they might have taken into account what Hicks did yesterday and went to protect against that early on. But it is Dave Tooker, your leader, with Korth. Wesley Mono, our pole sitter, drops back in the 3rd position, but behind Korth, then Gutiel, then Hicks, and then there is that bit of a gap now back to Wannenberg's Story and Newmeyer.
One other thing to take into consideration here for the Spec MX-5 field, now this is their 5th session on these tires for this weekend now. They are not allowed to change tires throughout the race weekend, so that may also be part of what's going on here, trying to save the tires a little early on in this session so that when they get to the last couple of laps, they still have a little bit under them. Haven't had a chance to talk much with the folks from Mazda about the tire wear and how much they fall off from the start of the weekend to the end of the weekend. I will try to get a little bit of that info for you before the race is over. And here they come. That's Dave Tooker coming over the top of the corner there. Look at how they lift. You can see a little bit of daylight come up from under the cars. They really are uncompressing the cars at the top of the hill, and then they compress down. This is one of the best corners on the racetrack, that little Phil Hill combination. And you lose your tummy a little bit when you come over the top of that hill and then come back down. And it is really, when it's done properly, it's just so cool. When it's done improperly, it can be a complete mess.
Well, you know, Brian, as we watch these cars come over the crest of Phil Hill, kind of reminds me of the uphill at not Watkins Glen, at Lime Rock, where you can actually see these cars almost get some air right at the crest of the hill before they drop back down. But let's jump back to our battle for the lead in SMX, and it looks as though Ryan Gutierrez, he's in that blue number 116 machine. He is now dropped 4 positions from 4th all the way down into 7th position, Brian. And again, Gutierrez yesterday had a pretty nice run. Finished the day yesterday, finished the day in 7th. So he is right where he finished up yesterday's race. But a little bit of a challenge there as he tried to keep up with the front pack. But what that has also done is it's opened up a little bit more of a gap between Hicks, now in 4th position, and Wannenberg and Story. Story, though, with the benefit of the draft, she has the fastest lap by almost a full second on lap number 2.
And here comes your Spec MX-5 field right into our living rooms here. Dave Tooker is right up front right now with Koth, Molno, and Hicks following behind. Not a lot of racy action early like we had yesterday. There was a lot more back and forth in the early laps. Part of that is because Dave Tooker's driven away a little bit. Yep. Hard to be racy when the car is a half a second in front of you. And then Koth and Molno really trying to work together to try to get back up to that front car, and Koth, I'm sorry, to get to the front of that pack so that they can go racy. Right now, Cooper Hicks, Michael Wannenberg, Sophia Story all moving up a couple of spots. Ryan Gutierrez moving down spots here early in this race. He is now in 7th place.
Yeah, Brian, and we are seeing, it appears that Hicks and Wannenberg starting to inch a little bit closer to our top 3 machines and getting a little bit closer to Wes Molno there as they start to close things down. Let's take a look now here as we've got our Spec Miata field coming out of Phil Hill and going into Star Mazda Turn. And in Spec Miata, your leader currently is Evan Jacobs, your pole sitter, with Wyatt Couch running in 2nd, just as we had lined them up, with one small exception. They are now moving up through the field. Jeremy Rutter now in 3rd position, the number 37 car. He qualified very well yesterday, did not have a great race. And he is here on the field, actually although I believe he retired early yesterday, he actually got his place on the grid based on his qualifying times from yesterday's race. He was one of the only drivers to get a position there, and he started 5th based on that fast lap from yesterday afternoon. But he is now moved up in the 3rd position, and I've mentioned it a couple times. Jeremy, originally based out of the Washington D.C. area, running originally. I'll give a nice shout out to Brett DePedro and RP Performance, as he is now working and living out on the West Coast.
You mentioned Ethan Jacobs earlier, Greg. I spent first 2 weekends trying very hard not to call Ethan Jacobs Evan Jacobs, because we've got Evan out here every race weekend.
Yes.
Are they? I don't think they're related at all, are they?
I don't believe they are, and
okay.
I've made that mistake now twice as well.
So now I'm home, and I've got Evan here, so I know which one I'm talking about. But yeah, all the first 2 weekends. His Ethan Jacobs was with us at both Sebring and NOLA, and every time I'm like, it's Ethan, not Evan. So Evan Jacobs, though, one of our hot shoes out here in Spec Miata. This young man knows how to drive a race car, and he is always in the front pack. Coming up over the top of the hill, there he is in that silver car. That is Evan Jacobs. Wyan Couch is in second place right now, and then Jeremy Rudder a little further back in that blue car right there. He is in third place. Then, of course, you got Red Messenger and Austin Varco in the white over orange car right there. Right behind him, David Varco in the 98 car, father-son there. And so they are right now in 5th and 6th place with 14 laps to go.
Yeah. Now, Red Messenger worked his way up in the second position yesterday, took the silver during yesterday's sprint race, currently sitting back and forth. But as you mentioned, Brian, right now, it is Jacobs and Couch on a bit of a breakaway with now almost a 3-second advantage on Jeremy Rudder and the rest of the Spec Miata field. There are Rudder and Messenger with a pretty big gap then back to 5th place to Austin Varco out of Bonita, California. And, and of course, Brian, the strategies are, I think, a little bit different here today. Again, this is a much longer race. We saw the majority of the races yesterday, the 25-minute timed races, go somewhere around 13 laps thereabouts. And so we're going to see, 4 or 5 more laps here. Some of the drivers only completing 12 laps in this race yesterday. But going considerably longer, and so these drivers, they may feel maybe a few laps earlier that they may have enough of a gap to really start battling it out without having the rest of the pack come in, or they may just sit and try and pressure drivers ahead, try to run off the drivers' tires directly ahead. Lots of different things than what you see in a 25-minute sprint race.
Yeah, there you go. Dave Tooker right there coming through our... Oh, yeah, a little bit of dust, so somebody put a wheel off there going through Star Mazda as well. A little bit of gap between second and third, but third and fourth, Molno and Hicks, they are right there with each other. Here they come going into Sunset. It's that 3rd and 4th place car, the white car there, and the red and black car that I'm talking about. They are battling for the final podium position here at the moment in this Spec MX-5 field. That is Molno in Hicks. Hicks, of course, yesterday's race winner, and Molno was up front as well for most of the race. The top 7, Greg, pretty much the same guys we had, different order a little bit, but those are the folks who were able to put it together yesterday as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brian, early on at this point with this race, but a very different position that both Molno and Hicks find themselves in. Yesterday, they were the ones sitting at the front of the field trying to determine when they should start to engage one another, when they should start fighting, when they had to worry about Dave Tooker and Jared Korth, who finished 3rd and 4th yesterday. Now the tables are turned, and Molno and Hicks are going to need to work together to close that gap up to our lead cars. Right now, Tooker and Korth are running anywhere between a 1/10 and 3/10 a lap faster right now than Molno and Hicks.
And that's what they want to do. They want to just pull away a little bit each lap, and then not have to worry about racing anybody but each other on the final laps here. And 12 to go. You're definitely right, Greg, that the strategy is a little bit different for this longer race. But in the end, it's not that much longer, but in the mind of the driver, it definitely feels that way.
But we saw, and maybe not so much in these two classes, in SMX and in Spec Miata, but, we saw in a number of different classes yesterday, even on a short run, on a 25-minute run, where equipment, whether it be brakes, whether it be tires, started to let drivers down later in the race, and a lot of that has to do with driving style. A lot of that has to do with the surface conditions here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, and an extra 4, extra 5 laps could very well make a difference in strategy and how you go and manage the equipment to get to a race. But now we can see here also picking up, we were talking about Mono and Hicks trying to close up on our leaders. Michael Wannenberg in the number 29 machine. He finished 5th yesterday. He's running 5th right now. He is starting to use that draft and close in on the number 11 and the number 86, just as just as Jared Korth, who's running 2nd, resets a fast lap in this race.
So the Toyo Proxy R8s, I'm told, just got a little note back here, pretty strong through the whole weekend. They do start to fall off about halfway through this session, this last session of the weekend, but they are good enough for them to use in like next weekend in a different class when a lot of these guys drive an STL. So the question is, who manages a little bit better so they've got a little better tire for the last 8 laps of this race? But here's the deal, they're all going to fall off.
Hey,
so
Brian, let me jump in real quick, because we have a car off there coming into Cotton Corners. And I believe it is the 27 machine, and actually not in the Cotton Corners, but coming into the off-ramp, the basically turn 2 complex here, and it is the 27 car. That is Jared Korth, who was running 2nd in SMX. Wow. And so we'll try and track that and see if he is back underway, but as best I can tell, we've got a local caution down at that part of the track currently.
And we can't see him on that on the camera there, but I'm sure he's there.
Yeah, but what you can see right now as our leader in SMX, Dave Tooker, is coming through the Star Mazda turn. Jared Korth is not there. Exactly. Wes Mono now moves up into 2nd position. He's got Cooper Hicks in 3rd, Michael Wannenberg in 4th, just off the podium, with now I'd say about a 2.5 gap up to our leader, and that might complicate things for Tooker, that black and orange number 25 machine. He doesn't have a drafting partner any longer. Right.
And if in a Spec Miata race, I would say that that's not good for the leader, that they were close enough that those 3 cars could work together. I'm not exactly sure how the draft works on these cars is compared to Spec Miata. I know it's slightly different. So this will be good learning for all of us to see whether those 3 cars can work together and pull up, because the draft's pretty much broken at that distance. Yeah. But if those 3 can work together, they can certainly bridge that gap. So we're going to learn a little bit here about this Spec MX-5 car class that we haven't seen this type of a situation before.
All right, Brian, and the 27 car, Korth, back underway. He was being covered by a white flag for a slow-moving vehicle coming on through, and there he is over at the dogleg. Definitely up pace as he's just about to be put a lap down by the other drivers in his class. I suspect he is probably going to be taking that car back to the pits if he can get all the way back around.
And there you can see there's Dave Tooker and the cars behind him going through, and all of that front Spec MX-5 field driving right past him. He might take you can take the drag strip there to the right if you're pretty much done for the day to stay out of the way, but he chose to stay on the track. He's probably not familiar with that because I don't believe he's been here before, but that is kind of an escape route that sometimes people take to be out of the way of the other cars.
Yeah, and you can see there he's hanging all the way over driver's right, trying to stay out of the way as he can. But we can already see now, Brian, I think we've got that group of 3 with pardon me, Hicks and Wannenberg starting to close things down on our lead car. The gap is still there, but Mono starting to probably not Mono. Hicks starting to maybe stretch things out a little bit on Wannenberg and cars behind. We'll see if he can catch up there to our lead car. All right,
if we can,
to Spec Miata.
I was just going to, yep. So Wyatt Couch has been all over Evan Jacobs for this whole first part of this race, and he has just moved around to take the lead now. And he's got about a half second at the line, but now Jacobs has caught back up. So they're really nose to tail here, and there they are as they come through. So the front car now, Wyatt Couch, then Evan Jacobs is in second. Then a little further back, 5 seconds back to the race for the third spot on the podium. That's Jeremy Rudder and Ren Messenger. So, and now you see Evan Jacobs coming back and responding, trying to go underneath, going onto the main straight, and I don't know if he'll be able to hold on. It is right now at the line. It is still Wyatt Couch in front, but that may change going into turn 1, Greg.
Yeah, indeed, and we can see just behind, side by side, Rudder and Messenger as they come down into the sunset, or probably sunrise bend, with Rudder holding off Messenger coming around that bend. It is still, I believe, the 66 machine up at the front. Actually, let's not call that battle for third over yet, as we still have Rudder and Messenger side by side as they come through the off ramp and onto the I-5. And now let's give Rudder that third position as he manages to hold off Ren Messenger. But Wyatt Couch in the 66, he does hold off the attack of Evan Jacobs. He is still your leader as they're now coming through the grapevine and should be coming into our view right now. Here they come over towards that little bit of a kink, the dog leg. But now once again, we've got Evan Jacobs now stepping out driver's left. He's going to challenge our leader Couch as they go through the very high speed right-hand sweeper known as Riverside, and as they go into in the Phil Hill now, well, for the moment, Wyatt Couch has the position.
There they go over Phil Hill, a spot where you really don't want to go side by side there if you can all avoid it. So they've done that the smart way. Coming down now towards Star Mazda and the Hawk Performance Braking Zone, one of the best passing zones here at Buttonwillow. And you can see right there, Couch is able to hold off Jacobs one more time going into there. And we're coming up, actually we are at the halfway point here. So let's get these cars to the start-finish line, because this lap is such a good one, or this race right now such a good one. And as soon as we do that, we'll take our break and then come back for all of the action here towards the end. So there are your leaders heading down to sunset here right now, and it's still nose to tail, Couch first, and then it is Evan Jacobs in second as they come down towards the line here. So let's do this. We're going to take our break and we're going to call the grid. Attention the paddock, E production, F production, GT lights, and B-Spec. Group 2 cars to the grid for your race. Group 2 cars to the grid for your race. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And welcome back, everybody, to Buttonwillow Raceway Park in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. All racing, all day. This is our first race of the day. It's Spec MX-5 and Spec Miata, 17 laps or 35 minutes, although we suspect most of our races today are going to go based on laps. And we've been watching a hell of a fight here for the lead in Spec Miata. Brian, as Wyatt Couch and Evan Jacobs now have over an 8-second advantage on the rest of the field, and we were talking about, well, when would they have a chance to start fighting it out? I think that gap was about 5 seconds, and they've still continued, even as they've spent many a corner side by side or fighting in the braking zones. They continue to expand that advantage over Ren Messenger, who has now gotten around Jeremy Rutter.
And the gap between second place and third place really hasn't changed a whole lot in that group. That is, now that gap is about 8 seconds, and it's kind of been staying the same for there. So we've got two distinct battles. This battle for first with Couch and Jacobs. Ren Messenger got around Jeremy Rutter while we were in the break, so he is now in third place. And then there's another battle for fifth place. That is Alan Lukert the fourth and Austin Varco. They're right together as well. So these are the battles and that are going on right now in Spec MX or in Spec Miata. Let's take, if we can, let's pick up the Spec MX-5 race for a lap or two before we come back to this battle, probably towards the end, because the Spec MX-5 battle at the moment a little more strung out. We've got 3 seconds between first and second and third and fourth. So, but let's give these guys a little bit of love. Here is Dave Tooker, your race leader. As you can see, there's the gap back to Cooper Hicks. Now, I will say it looks like the gap between second and third has closed down a bit, Greg.
Yeah, it certainly has, and I think a lot of that has to do with the drive. Now Hicks and Mono here, and this is not only is it closed down, Brian, but it has actually changed.
Yes.
When we went to break, actually before we went to break, the last time we were checking with Spec MX-5, Wes Mono was running second in class with Cooper Hicks about a second and a half behind, with Michael Wannenberg trailing him. Hicks has caught up and he is past Mono. Again, about 3 seconds though back from our leader, Dave Tooker. There is Hicks now in that red and black MX-5 with Mono in the white number 11 with Michael Wannenberg directly behind. And so Mono's got he's got a bit of a battle on his hands at the moment here, trying to hold on to that third step on the podium. Ryan Gutiel quite a bit back. We saw Gutiel up much earlier in that blue number 115 machine. He's now running in fifth. I should mention, as we were talking about Spec Miata, and we'll go back to that in a little bit, Alan Lukert, who got around Austin Varco to move up to fifth. Lukert started this race in 8th position, so he's now moved up 3 positions to set himself there in fifth. He's a couple seconds back from that battle between Messenger and Rutter, but he's got a pretty big fight on his hands there with Austin Varco, who's won a number of regional Spec Miata races here at Buttonwillow.
All right, Michael Wannenberg has taken over third place in Spec MX-5, just got around that 11 car of Wes Molno. You can see it right there. That is Wannenberg in the dark-colored car, and Molno in the white car now moved back to fourth place. So there is some action going on for that last podium spot as they are trying to get get the big trophy there, or the smaller of the trophies, but a trophy nonetheless. And Wannenberg wants it, and Molno also does, but Wannenberg has the best of Molno at the moment with 5 laps to go here in this race. Still Wyatt Couch, Evan Jacobs up front. No change there, 0.3 of a second difference there in the Spec Miata group at this moment. So there is Dave Tooker, your second place car, Cooper Hicks, and then the 2 cars battling for third place. It is Wannenberg and Molno and we'll see if they continue to stay. It looks like Wannenberg's able to pull away just a little bit from Wes Molno, so maybe he was able to reserve his tires a little bit more in the early part of this race, Greg, and he's now able to press a little bit more in the late part.
Yeah, indeed, and I think that has actually given him that opportunity. Now, you mentioned that these drivers, they must run assuming the track stays dry, they must run the dry weather tires from the very first qualifying session all the way through the very last race, and so that tire conservation really becomes critical, especially as you've got a number of the drivers, to some extent in Spec Miata, but definitely in SMX as well. Many of them coming just out of go-karts and maybe have a bit more aggressive touch, we'll say, on the steering wheel. That sometimes that can be a challenge at the end of the weekend here, but you can see now as Molno is really starting to push there, trying to get back around Wannenberg, our new third-place runner, as time is starting to run down. Maybe we can move back to that Spec Miata battle and see where that is shaping up now between Couch and Jacobs, as I believe Couch has been able to stretch things out a little bit by about 2 feet as they come out of the sunset corner onto the front straight, as they are now completing lap number lucky 13, starting lap number 14, and Messenger and Rudder, just as our leaders were coming through Sunrise, the very first corner, our second and third place, or probably our third and fourth place runners, Messenger and Rudder, going into Sunset. You can see there with a little bit of a gap now that Messenger has put on Rudder. But look at that, Lukart. He's starting to maybe close things down just a little bit on the two drivers ahead. Don't know if he's going to be able to get that green number 7 up into a podium paying spot here with just now with 4 laps remaining, but he's making a game of it, having started back in 8th position.
And here is your battle for the lead right there coming at us. That is Couch in front, Jacobs in second. I'm wondering at this point in time, Greg, if Evan Jacobs is just waiting for the right time to go. They're pretty sure that they know what each car has right now, and they know where their best spots are and where Ethan's or where Evan's best. See, now I just did it. Where Evan's best and where Wyatt is best. They kind of
we'll call him little E.
Yeah, E Jacobs. Jacobs. Anyway, they've kind of learned where each is good and where each isn't good. And if I were Evan Jacobs right now, my thought process would be, okay, where is the best spot with 3 to go now? How early do I want to go?
Well, you have to remember, Brian, that although Evan Jacobs, he finished towards the back of the field yesterday, and he was I believe the last, he finished 2 laps down yesterday, but he was in this exact same position yesterday with Wyatt Couch. They were locked nose to tail, and Evan Jacobs, with 3 laps to go, he went for it all. He tried the late break into the sunset turn, came right underneath the Wyatt Couch, ended up in the mud right there, with in that big giant puddle, and it was race over for him, and then it was an easy run to the checker for Wyatt Couch. I'm sure that's in his mind.
Yes.
I'll bet it's in Wyatt Couch's mind too, that he's probably going to be looking for a move coming over to Sunset. But Evan Jacobs now has had, between the laps in this race behind Couch and about 6 laps behind Couch yesterday, he's had a lot of time to look over and see what the 66's tendencies are, where he's strong,
Correct.
where he's not as strong, and he's likely going to come up with a slightly different plan today than the one that went all for naught yesterday.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid. E production, F production, GT lights, and B-Spec. Group 2 cars to the grid for your final race of the weekend. I couldn't agree more with you, Greg. Lessons learned. That is the most important thing for a race car driver, to take what you've learned in the last race or the last 25 races and apply it to the race you're in right now. So I know for sure that Evan Jacobs is like, I know what I'm not going to do today, and that is what I did yesterday. And you're right. He's going to find that spot, and maybe it's not Sunrise, because that's probably what Wyatt Couch is expecting.
What he did try to do, Brian, and we've already seen him mix it up a little bit it. He took a poke to the inside coming into Riverside, and then turned in a little bit later to Phil Hill, maybe to try to cross up Wyatt Couch. Could not get it done. We could see now as they came in the Star Mazda, Couch protecting to the inside in that Hawk Performance braking zone, and is able to hold off our second place runner, Evan Jacobs, at least for the moment. But Jacobs definitely starting, one, to look for new spots, and two, I think, as far as Wyatt Couch is concerned, maybe he doesn't have to do as much anticipation anymore, because it looks like the fight is now on. I believe that we are starting to see the beginnings of Evan Jacobs try to fight back here.
Quick reset for Spec MX-5. It's still Dave Tooker with a 2.5-second lead over Cooper Hicks. Then you've got Mike Wannenberg, Wes Molno, and Adrian Comstock now in 5th. Sophia Story is in 6th. Ryan Cutiel is in 7th. So that's what's going on there. But let's keep our eyes here on Spec Miata, because we have a hot and heavy race for the lead here with 2 laps to go here in this race. Now, we also have to keep in mind that 2 laps to go is based on the front group of Dave Tooker. So we're going to get the white flag for that group here pretty quick. And then depending on where they land, I think they're all still on the same lead lap together. So we both groups should get the full 17 laps.
Yeah. And should mention, Brian, and I know we had talked about this, Jared Korth, who had been at the time running second in SMX, had issues on lap number 7. He did bring that car back in, and so he will. As they say, they're always fastest before they go. He ran the fastest lap of the race on lap number 6 and on lap number 7.
All right, Evan Jacobs just stuck his nose out going into Riverside like he was going to try to make a move. Like you said, I think the last lap, I think he's just trying to get into the head a little bit of Wyatt Couch in front of him. Let him know that there's a lot of different spots where he could choose to do this, and try to get the element of surprise as to where the decision. You can see him trying to cut that corner just a little bit tighter coming out of Phil Hill, and all the different spots where it just be big in the mirrors of the car in front of you, and he is certainly doing that at the moment.
Yeah, and he very quickly moved all the way over driver's left going in the Star Mazda to try to get Couch maybe to overcommit to the inside there going into the corner. The other thing, Brian, you noticed how you noticed the exit coming out of Phil Hill, but what I've noticed the previous 2 laps is actually the entrance into Phil Hill, where we see Evan Jacobs trying to nose underneath at the apex. He's trying to push Couch a little bit wide going into Phil Hill and maybe affect his exit. So we've got white flag in the air now. That means our SMX leader, Dave Tooker, is working his final lap. And as Couch and Jacobs cross the start-finish line, they are working their final lap as well. There's Tooker currently coming over Phil Hill working final lap.
Yep, that's Tooker over Phil Hill, just like you just said. And the race now is on for second place in that group as well. Cooper Hicks, Michael Wannenberg, and Wesley Molno. Those are your cars trying to come in second. So there is Hooker going into Sunrise for the final time. We'll see him here in just a moment. And he has had a relatively easy drive to the victory lane here, but right behind him, Cooper Hicks. Not right on the bumper, but there they go. There is Tooker, then there's Hicks, and then there is Wannenberg. There is your top 3 in Spec MX-5. Let's head back to Spec Miata and get them coming to the line here.
Yeah, and as we see there, Molno crossing the line. He'll finish just off the podium in 4th, and here is that battle for the lead in Spec Miata as our leaders coming through Riverside. Let's see what happens as they set up for Phil Hill. We see now that Jacobs is maybe as far back as he's been for the last 5 laps, but our leaders, they're coming up on some slower traffic here, and they may come up on him going into Star Mazda probably just at the wrong time. That MX-5, he's hanging all the way over driver's left. He doesn't want any part of that fight at all as our leaders now come under braking into Star Mazda, and Jacobs just not quite close enough. And Brian, I think this is going to lead Jacobs to one choice and one choice only, and that's a repeat of what he tried yesterday.
Yeah, he's going to have to go and put it in kind of full send here going into Sunrise for the final time if he wants to do it. But, boy, he is just not close enough, I don't think, to actually get it done. But we're going to know for certain right now. Here they come going in for the final time. Just not close enough for the move here. Your race winner in Spec Miata is going to be Wyatt Couch. Evan Jacobs is going to be second.
All right, and coming out of the final corner, that battle for third position between Messenger. Rudder made up a lot of ground back onto the rear bumper of Messenger, but as they cross the line, finishing third today is the number 3 machine out of Bedford, New York, Red Messenger. Jeremy Rudder finishes just off the podium in fourth. Great run for Alan Lukart in that green number 7 machine. He will finish in fifth.
That's right, Alan Lukart, he started 8th, was able to make up all those spots to get to 5th place. Great job for him, also one of our regulars out here at Buttonwillow. So he knows this track pretty well as well.
And Brian, we should point out there, we just saw across the line, and I believe making his way back from 7th, making a pass on the very last lap on the last straight. Austin Varco works his way back up to 6th, takes the position over his father by 84 one-thousandths of a second.
Yes. I'm not sure who's going to
be real happy about that.
I'm not sure who's going to have to buy dinner tonight after that one.
One of the Whitstons.
Exactly. Exactly. So I ran into Andrew Whitston on Bourbon Street right after the race weekend, and he suggested that the loser buys dinner.
Poor Zach. All right, top finishing order in SMX. Dave Tooker, Cooper Hicks, Michael Wanenberg, your top 3. Wes Molno, 4th. Sophia Story comes home in 5th. Adrian Comstock, 6th. Ryan Gutiel, Michael Newmeyer, Richard James, and Patrick Drinkwine, your top 10. We already gave you the top 7 in Spec Miata. Couch, Jacobs, Messenger, Rudder, Lukart, Varco, and Varco. Todd Launchbaugh finishes in 8th, Scott Howard 9th, and Brett Rivetta, unfortunately, finishes 12 laps down, only completed 5 laps. He finishes 10th.
All right, that's going to do it for our first race of the day in the books. It was a good one, folks. We got more action coming up next. It'll be Group 2, and we will catch all of that in just a few minutes. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Congratulations to all of our top finishers at this weekend's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Your results earn you a place in our podium celebrations with trophies and Mazda sparkling wine. Top results also earn contingency payouts. And now is the time to file. Contingencies throughout the SCCA are now digital. Visit myscca.com to begin your claim. Brands like Hawk Performance offers significant amounts to drivers and pay through 5th position. We are back here at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Round number 6 is underway. 1 race in the books. We're going to do 7 races today. We're getting ready for race number 2. Our starting lineup comes to us from Gregg Ginsberg.
All right, let's take a look, Brian. This is our small bore production car classes, GT Light as well as B-Spec. We had 13 drivers at qualifying times during the week. Let's take a look at the starting order. Starting 13th, driving the number 29 F Production Porsche 914, Gary Raymond. Ali Naemi is starting 12th today. He's driving the number 14 B-Spec Mazda 2. Then we've got Tom Tuttle. Tom is starting 11th. He's in the number 42 B-Spec Mini Cooper with Tom Lepper, our winner in B-Spec yesterday, starting 10th. He's driving the number 21 B-Spec Mazda 2. That was a great fight yesterday between Lepper and Tuttle. Starting 9th, driving the number 98 F Production Opel GT, it's Gary Murph with Noel Hayward starting 8th. Noel is driving the number 2 GT Light MG Midget. Stephen Powers will start 7th on the field. He's in the 145 F Production Mazda Miata with Albert Correa starting 6th. Albert's driving the number 19 E-Production Porsche Boxster. Then we've got Wayne Graham. Wayne is driving the number 50 E-Production Mazda RX-7 with Joe Carr starting 4th. He's in the number 12 E-Production Mazda Miata. Then we've got in the 3rd position inside of row number 2, driving the number 40 E-Production Mazda RX-7. It's Kurt Fritchie, and your front row today, driving the number 2, 66 GT Light MG Midget, Ben Valentine, and your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 157.793 from Hermosa Beach, California, driving the GT Light Nissan Sentra. It's the 121 car of Brian Lynn.
So, I've said a number of times, Greg, that the Wings and Things are my favorite group, but this might be the coolest group because we've got such a great mix of old cars and new cars and different manufacturers. We've got everything from the Nissan Sentra to an Opel GT. There's a Porsche 914 in this group, yes. and it's a ton of fun to see this type of racing in conjunction with some of the other stuff that we do as well.
Yeah, and I was to say the other neat thing about this, especially over an extended 17-lap race, is to watch as these drivers try to keep these, in some cases, 50-plus-year-old cars with their full complement of oil and other fluids and pieces of motor as well. It's a challenge. You don't have to worry just about tires and brake pads in many of these classes. I think B-Spec is a bit of an exception.
Right.
Should mention yesterday's race, Brian Lynn did take the win over Ben Valentine. It was a pretty easy run of it for Brian Lynn. In E-Production, Kurt Fritchie took the win over Albert Correa. And in F-Production, Stephen Powers took the win over Gary Murphy. And I mentioned there Tom Lepper and Tom Tuttle. Great fight between the Mazda 2 and the Mini Cooper, Lepper taking the win. Wayne Graham, who I believe finished 3rd on track in E-Production yesterday. Unfortunately, he ran into some post-race technical issues, was underweight, and he was moved to last in class. So unfortunate for him.
Here they come down for the green flag, potentially here. Your starter's looking at the field, likes what he sees. Chuck Phillips throws the green flag, and here they go side by side way early in this race, folks. 17 laps to go, boys. You don't got to get it all done into turn 1.
Well, it looks like Ben Valentine wants to get it done in turn 1. He wants to jump to an early lead because he wasn't able to hold Brian Lynn off for yesterday's 25-minute race. And going into the off-ramp, Ben Valentine is your current leader with Brian Lynn, 2-time national champion F Production, sitting in 2nd. And now making a run up the inside. Look at that there. That is the MG Midget, the GT Light Midget of Noel Hayward, getting on the throttle early, and he slots into 3rd overall, I believe, right ahead of one of the Miatas.
And that is, those are all battles for class position as well, because Hayward is in that GT Lights Midget and coming up from like 3 or 4 rows back to get to that first spot. So we have GT Lights in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Then we have E-Production cars in 4th and 5th right there as well. So some fast and furious action here in our 17-lap race here on lap number 1.
All right, and jumping to an early lead in B-Spec, Tom Tuttle in the Mini Cooper gets around Tom Lepper's black number 21 Mazda 2 there at the trailing end of the field. They're just now coming up over the top of Phil Hill as our leaders head down into the Star Mazda turn. And let's see here if Ben Valentine's able to hold off the Lynn machine as they come through Star Mazda. Lynn tries to pull up underneath the little red midget, cannot quite get close enough though, Brian.
Definitely, and that midget took a little bit of a wider line, which looked like it might open the door for Lynn, but Lynn was not able to move there. But now he's trying to go side by side, going into Sunset there, and Lynn puts the pass on to Ben Valentine, and now Ben Valentine right away is going to have that Noah Haywood car right behind him to worry about. Now they're side by side going down past the start-finish line. Where is this going to end up when we get to the first corner?
All right, and Brian, I think I may have had this.
Contact there in turn number 1. Both cars sliding off. That's second and third place overall, second and third place in GT Lights, and that is going to be the end of the day for both of them as far as any chance for the podium. And Brian Lynn just gifted first place here with nobody left to fight for, at least in GT Lights here. What an amazing situation going into turn 1 on lap number 2.
All right, and Brian, we should make note that that car that had jumped out to the early lead, that was actually Joe Carr.
Oh, yes, it was.
Number 12 that was involved. Ben Valentine is the driver that we had seen come down and slot into third originally. It was Valentine and Carr that got together in that incident at the Sunrise Bend. So we've got Brian Lynn, who now jumps out to a pretty big gap, and running in second position now, I believe, we'll have to see.
Stephen Powers.
Stephen Powers in the 145 Miata with Correa and Brandon Dross in the 02 RX-7. But yeah, I wanted to jump in just as that incident was happening and mention I had it wrong. It was not Valentine that was with Lynn that whole time. It was Joe Carr, our E-Production leader. Not that it matters now, because both of those drivers, looks like their days are done. Let's take quick, Brian, here. We've got a replay here, and let's see what happens as they come into turn 1 as we see the black 66 try to come underneath Joe Carr.
Yeah, that was a 66 car being a little, what's the word I'm trying to find? I've lost my train of thought. I was looking for a particular word, and that word has left me. Courageous. Maybe that's the word. That was a little over courageous going into turn 2. That pass was probably never going to get made, and Joe Carr just gets collected there. Nothing wrong on Joe Carr's part. He was just doing what he was supposed to be doing there.
All right, moving up in the second position now, as we mentioned, Stephen Powers in the number 145 machine. Brandon Dross is in that gray and blue number 02 Mazda RX-7. He is your new E-Production leader, with Kurt Fritchie in his number 40 Mazda RX-7 close behind, and that he is running second in E-Production. And Albert Correa now about 7-8 car lengths back. He's in that black car right there trailing along. He is in the number 19 Porsche Boxster. We should mention a huge gap right now in F-Production as Powers is running second overall. Gary Raymond in that Porsche 914, he now moves up to second in F-Production, and he is running now back in 10th overall.
We just saw Brian Lynn come through here. That was now a pass just now for 4th place going through the dog leg. I believe that was Kurt Fritchie in the RX-7 going around Albert Correa in the Boxster. That gray, yeah, that's the gray RX-7 that made that passer, and it wasn't the Boxster that he went around. That must have been.
I think that was around. I think that was actually Dross in the 02 car. The other, we've got the 2 RX-7s there in close proximity. One's white, one is gray.
Yeah, one is the newer generation RX-7. That's Brandon Dross. He's actually one of Cal Club's board of directors out here racing this weekend. He's in the white one. That is the newer gen RX-7. And then Kurt Fritchie is in the gray car. But it was Fritchie that was making a pass going through there.
Yeah, and when we say that he is in the newer Mazda RX-7, that is the second gen RX-7 that I think is from somewhere up to I think it was 85 to 91.
Right.
So,
newer-ish.
Yeah, exactly.
But
everything's relative when we talk about small bore production.
So Fritchie was just able to get around Brandon Drazy somewhere there through the S's. And now he has taken over second place overall and first place in E-Production. So that was a pass for the lead in class. And now Brandon Drazy is going to have to try to keep right there on top of that situation and not let Fritchie drive away in the older of the old RX-7s. 14 laps to go here as we keep our way through this. Let's go through and talk about some of these other classes here. Brian Tuttle, he has got last time by a 3-second lead over Thomas Lepper, and we'll know that for sure in just a second. It is now up to about 5 seconds. That is the gap between Tuttle and Lepper in B-Spec, and then Ali Naimi is in third place in B-Spec in the 14 car. He is actually right on the back bumper of Thomas Lepper, so that is going to be a battle for position for second place in B-Spec right now as well. Looking at Gary Raymond, or actually Stephen Powers, he is your F production leader, a good bit above the second place car of Gary Raymond in that green Porsche 914.
So Brian, just got a neat little note, nice little note from Victory Circle with our Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 racers that there's a bit of a scramble there because one of our podium finishers. Actually, I think most of our podium finishers in SMX not old enough to drink the champagne.
We usually have sparkling cider for them.
Cider,
for that.
yeah. Well, apparently not screw tops. So they had to go find a bottle opener. Teach these high schoolers how to party early, I guess. I don't know.
There is your battle for second place right now. That's Kurt Fritchie and Brandon Drazy just coming through Sunset, coming across the line here right now. Gap hasn't gained too much, but Fritchie's slightly pulling away from Drazy. Less than a second, though, between the two of them, and they had a little bit of lap track to work their way around as well. You can still see Joe Carr's car right out there, so he has ended his day there. I'm not quite sure if he had a flat tire from the contact or what the situation was there, but he is done for the day sitting there in the grass / dirt / mud.
All right, so already here things really starting to stretch out. We've got that battle for the lead in E-Production, and they should be coming up to us. Here they come into the dogleg now with the newer RX-7 chasing the older RX-7. And they're both running almost identical lap times.
Right.
At this point. And I'm looking to see, I'm fairly certain, Brian, the 66, Ben Valentine, of course, you know, this may not matter as much once the race is over and the stewards start to take a look at things. But Ben Valentine, the 66 car, he did manage to continue, and he is actually still on the lead lap. He is running down 7th overall currently, and that puts him third in GT Light behind the midget of Noel Howard, but quite a bit behind, almost a half minute in arrears of our second place GTL car currently.
Trying to look through the running order to see if there are any other close class battles going on, and at the moment there really aren't. The closest is go ahead.
I was going to say the battle for second right now in B-Spec
yeah,
looks to be tightening up. That is the two Mazda 2s. We've got the black number 21, we've got the white number 14, and from the looks of it, I think I see going into the background, going into Phil Hill right now. You know, that's the battle for second in class at the moment. Not that close, but actually those are our top 3 B-Spec drivers currently, as we just saw the Mini Cooper of Tuttle go out of the frame, then with Lepper, then with Naimi.
Yeah, I wonder if Naomi had a hiccup or something, because they were at the line. They were a lot closer than they are right now. So I'm not quite sure if maybe he had a moment there or something like that. But yeah, a little bit of a gap now growing between second and third place, Tuttle, Lepper, and Naomi. Those are our 3 B-Spec cars this weekend. Tuttle and Lepper put on a great show yesterday throughout most of that race. So pretty fun to watch them yesterday as well. For those of you,
go ahead, Brian. I was going to say, see, as they come across the line, also Tuttle on the previous lap was running a pace about a full second faster than both Lepper and Naomi, and as they come across the line, this time Lepper claws back about 0.8 of a second on the leader.
What I was going to say is don't leave us today, right now. Don't leave the live coverage, but go back and watch yesterday's race, because that was fun to watch. All of that, of course, on YouTube on the SCCA official channel, as are all of the races here for the Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour. We've got all of those races up on YouTube, and it's always fun to go back and watch some of those older races. But not today. Brian Lynn now opening up a big lead. That is our 8-time podium finisher at the runoffs, 2-time national champion. And, well, someone put a wheel off there. Got a replay coming of, I'm guessing, what caused that dust that we just saw. We'll get that in just a second here. But yeah, we'll have that coming on there.
Well, looking at the tail end of that red Mazda Miata, that may very well be... I thought that perhaps that's still Joe Carr's machine, maybe still over there.
It is, yeah. It's been there since then, and it'll be there, I'm guessing, till the end of the race.
Exactly.
So, but yeah, and there is that beautiful 914 Porsche of Gary Raymond that I always talk about. It's just one of those cars out there having a good time. But if you get a chance to take a close look, it's really a cool race car. There he is coming through Riverside and heading down there. And you were talking about earlier about, seeing some of these cars. So this is kind of like almost an endurance race for some of these cars.
Very much
We've got many old cars out there, and just to get them to the finish line is a victory in some cases. But these guys work a lot to make sure that these cars are ready to come out here. And because, of course, they don't come out to only do half the laps. They like to get them all in, so... There is Gary Raymond going through the Hawk Performance braking zone, and coming up from behind him is your race leader. That is Brian Lynn, getting ready to put Raymond a lap down. Completely different classes. Gary Raymond, of course, is in that F production car. Brian Lynn is in a GT Lights car, so one should be way faster than the other, and guess what? It is.
Well, and this is the second day in a row that Brian Lynn has really had a pretty easy go of it here. Yesterday he was able to step away from the rest of the field again. Well, the 12 car kept him humble for the first lap or so here today, but yeah, Lynn, just has to keep his head down, turn in consistent laps to bring the car home. It's just going to take a little bit longer today than it did yesterday. But again, you're talking about a 2-time national champion. Not that he isn't capable of making mistakes,
sure,
but should be as capable as, and probably more capable than the majority of the field here in this group in doing that.
And there's your second place car coming through our screen right now. That is Kurt Fritchie, and he has been able to open up a bit of a gap over third place Brandon Drazy. So now it's up to about 5 seconds or so between your first and second place car in E-Production, and then it is another 15 seconds back to the third place car of Albert Correa. So right now in E-Production, you've got Fritchie, Drazy, Correa, RX-7, and Porsche Boxster. There's your top 3 in E-Production. Stephen Powers continues to be your race leader in big spin, Brian Lynn.
Me and my big mouth and the announcer's curse. That is Brian Lynn coming out of Riverside, spun the car and is dead stick now currently heading towards Phil Hill.
Yeah, definitely it looks like something's broken on that car, because he is not being able to get that thing going. It doesn't look like there's any body damage, that there's nothing to hit there except for other cars, and he was so far afield of everyone else that now, so he'll probably take the.
Oh, he's gonna head up the hill. But yeah, me and my big trap. But yeah, we'll take a look here as he gets that car going, and I can't tell if those skid marks are from the Nissan. Yeah. And if that's the case, and I guess that's something that we can't get a replay on. Can we, Ryan? All right, we're working on it. We'll see if we can get a replay on it, because I'm just trying to. If something did break, whether it was the front of the car or the rear of the car, because I mean, obviously the car went around in a section where it's somewhat unloaded, and shouldn't have been an issue unless he had some mechanical issues. But that's going to move Kurt Fritchie up into the lead now, both overall and, of course, he was already leading E-Production. Brandon Drosa is now going to be in second place, and Albert Correa in his Porsche Boxster running third overall here as Powers got around Brian Lynn as well. And we'll see here, I think the 121 machine's coming onto the front straight. We'll see if he continues to take another lap. I assume he is.
So he is taking another lap, and what's happened now in the order is Brian Lynn. We're going to take a look at the replay here of what happened. Okay, so here he comes here.
We've been told we're going to have to listen because he's going to come into the frame sideways.
And here comes the oh, yeah, definitely sideways.
Yeah,
very curious where that happened.
Yeah, but and as we look at it now, of course, Riverside is a right-hand sweeper, and he may have just had the car step out on him there. But again, that's still a section of the track where the track is fairly straight for quite some time. There, where the car wouldn't have been loaded up, very odd.
Right. So. Yeah, very, very interesting how that happened. We'll try to get some information after the race. We'll have our paddock reporter check on that for us. What's interesting, though, right now, Greg, is that moves Brian Lynn right in front of Ben Valentine, the GT Lights car, the other GT Lights car in the running order, and Noel Hayward. So he still now has, at the line, he had a 20-second or so lead. So his lead was so big that whatever caused that to happen, and the spots he did lose in the overall standings, which of course we talk about the overall, but really the most important thing for these drivers is their class win. And Brian Lynn had all of that thing go on, was able to get back on the racetrack. If he could keep up the speed, he's still 20 seconds ahead of the second place car in GT Lights. So 8 laps to go, Greg. Let's do this. Let's do a call to grid, and then we will take our break, and then we'll come back and get us to the finish line. Stay with us, everybody. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600 to the grid. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600 to the grid. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
We're back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park here for round 6 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And we've had a little drama here. Hasn't changed a whole lot in the class battle status, but we just been talking about Brian Lynn, who was your race leader overall, went off, didn't even go off, spun at the exit of turn of the Riverside turn right in this area coming out. And then we saw the replay a little bit earlier, ended up sliding through this section sideways. Most of that rubber that you're seeing there, that's from the car that just drove through there from about 4 laps ago. He's back up to speed now, and he's already making his way towards the front of the field. Here's an interesting question, Greg. He's 33 seconds behind Kurt Fritchie right now with 7 laps to go. What is the chance that he actually gets back to the lead here?
He may get back there, but what we probably ought to do, Brian, speaking of Kurt Fritchie, we ought to move over and take a look at Fritchie and DeRose, because I think DeRose just now, coming out of Sunset, was able to get around Kurt Fritchie to take over the overall lead.
Yeah.
DeRose had almost 2 seconds on Fritchie 2 laps in a row, and there they go into the off-ramp, and there is that second-gen white RX-7. He is your new leader.
Yeah, Drazy now in the lead with that second-gen RX-7. First-gen RX-7 is with Fritchie in the gray car. That's how we tell the two apart. And it is interesting because it seemed as though Fritchie pretty much had the mark of Brandon Drazy there, but Drazy was able to claw back into second place, or claw back up to first place and take and make the pass here. So that was a good move there. Now let's see if Fritchie can respond back. And of course, through all of that, Brian Lynn now working his way up in the field. He's taken 3 seconds off the leaders here on that last lap. So if he's 3 seconds a lap faster than the fast cars with 6 laps to go, 3 times. No, I don't think he's got enough time unless there's problems up front. That would only put him about still 15 seconds back at the checkered flag. So we'll just see how it all comes together. But it's been a little bit of interesting stuff going on. When we thought things were just kind of settling in, Greg, then we had a bit of chaos.
Yeah, Brian, and certainly, Lynn may be coming, but I'm going to say it once again. Having lost 2, well,
an Elsa's curse coming.
Now that I can get a word in here is, for 2 laps in a row, Fritchie was running about 2 seconds off of Drazy's pace, and as soon as Drazy got around him, you can see there now almost 15 car lengths separating those 2 Mazda RX-7s, and so at this point, Fritchie might have something going on with that car, just not able to keep that pace up as Dracy now gets around the Opel GT of Gary Murph, putting Murph a lap down in the number 98 car. And that time around, Brian, once again, actually 1.6 seconds to the good for Drazy. So Drazy in 3 laps now is picked up a little bit less than 6 seconds there on our second place runner.
Looking a little deeper into the field, Tom Tuttle still with a lead over Thomas Lepper. Last time by, though, was a 1.3 second lead. So it feels like Thomas Lepper's actually making up some pace and some gap on the first place car. So much so that at the line, Lepper has taken the lead in B-Spec just now. He is now in first place. Tom Tuttle hasn't, just crossed the line 2 seconds back.
Yeah, they're both now going into the off-ramp, Brian, right behind Brian.
Right there.
And on that last lap, Tuttle, who had a pretty significant lead over Tom Lepper, was 3.5 seconds off of Lepper's pace, and so I think there may have been a little, we'll call it an oopsie by Tom Tuttle and the Mini Cooper driver there, that he just lost a ton of pace on that lap. So for the second day in a row here, Tom Lepper up on Tom Tuttle. Tuttle made a pretty good race of it at the end yesterday. We'll have to see. And here's another thing, Brian, just ahead, we just saw Brian Lynn come out of the grapevine, and I thought I may have seen maybe some rubbing coming from one of the left side tires.
Yeah.
And that might have possibly affected, especially as that car maybe leaned over coming out of Riverside a couple laps ago, might have affected his pace. I can't really see it from this angle. And obviously with most of our cameras on the passenger side of the car, well, one thing that we can see is going wide coming out of Phil Hill. That is one of our little British cars.
Yeah, I think that might be Ben Valentine. So interesting. On that car was smoking a little bit of puff of smoke going through the grapevine, or going through off ramp last time, and I noticed it there. I didn't know what to make of it, but maybe that car is having some mechanical problems there as well. And I will also tell you, Greg, that Brian Lynn now is running laps slower than Brandon Drazy by 3 seconds a lap. So I definitely believe that there's something amiss with that car after that spin. So.
Yeah, and he, I mean, he likely, given that long, lazy spin that he had coming into Phil Hill, I'm sure he flat spotted at least one of the tires, which, you know, under braking certainly isn't going to give you a lot of confidence, you know, but big vibrations like that, depending on how bad those flat spots are, those vibrations, which are not the norm, can very easily shake something loose, whether it be wiring, whether it be something mechanical as well. It can create a whole bunch more gremlins than you're used to when you've got normal rolling resistance.
Watch, here comes the replay. Oh, he went off on the outside and got caught on the little bump there where the pavement goes away, and that shot him across to the outside. That could have been a much bigger problem, Greg.
Yeah, Lepper might have had a bit of a Code Brown moment over there, as that little midget came right across his nose there coming down Phil Hill. Handled it very well, so was able to stick the car driver's left.
So now, with the issue with Brian Lynn, Ben Valentine is only 10 seconds back from Lynn. And if he continues to have issues, Brian Lynn's circulating at a 2:04.6. Ben Valentine just slightly slower at 2:05. So not quite sure how that's going to play out here. We've got 4 laps to go here as we get to the finish of this race. But right now, it is not quite over yet in GT Lights. Ben Valentine's still trying to catch up as best as he possibly can. I'm going to do a quick call to grid here for our next race group. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 3, Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6, Formula F, Formula V, Formula 6, to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid. 3 laps to go here. Brian Lynn is in first place, Ben Valentine second, Noel Hayward in third. That's GT Lights, how it works out there right now. Your race leader is Brandon Drazy in the newer Gen 2 RX-7. Kurt Fritchie's in second place in the Gen 1 RX-7. 7 seconds, almost 8 seconds is the gap between those two cars. Then you've got Stephen Powers in first place, and then looking at the in F production, in B-Spec, your first place car is Thomas Lepper, second place is Tom Tuttle, and Ali Naimi is in third place there. Also, second place car in F production is Gary Raymond, followed by Gary Murph. Those are your running order for our classes at this moment with 3 laps to go. There is your leader in B-Spec that we just saw coming into our view, and you're going to see them right there. That is that black car. That is Thomas Lepper in the Mazda 2. And then it's a good bit of a gap back now, too. Yeah. Tom Tuttle must be having some sort of a problem because he's now dropped to third place in B-Spec.
Yeah, indeed, as Ali Naimi has now made his way around. And, you know, we saw Tuttle losing pace for a lap or two that last time by. He was probably a second off of our leader Lepper, who I think has dialed the pace back just a little bit, and Ali Naimi was a full second faster. So Yeah, we'll see there, but the Mini Cooper definitely experiencing some issues at this point. And, it could be something as, well, not simple, but disconcerting for the driver is maybe the brake pedal getting a little soft. He may have jammed on that pedal coming over the crest of Phil Hill when he saw the midget go across his bow as well. But yeah, he's backed out a little bit.
That midget that went off there, the 50 car, or not the 50 car, the 66 car. If you look at the front right side of that car, next time we see a camera shot of it, there is some damaged bodywork there as well. So not quite sure where they picked that up.
Well, he picked that up with the 12 car on the first lap, Brian.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I thought maybe it was the. Oh no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That makes perfect sense. So. Also want to mention that it looks like that Brian Lynn has stabilized the car at the moment. He is now back running at essentially the same pace as Ben Valentine, who's about 10 seconds back. So not the pace he was running earlier. He's still a second and a half, 2 seconds off of what he was running before the spin, but he's been able to kind of find his pace here, and with about 2 seconds left here, 2 minutes, 2 laps left, he should be fine. Here's a replay of that MG midget going off. Oh no, this is what happened to the Mini.
Yeah, and what it's looking like, Brian, and as Tom Tuttle came over the crest of the hill, over Phil Hill, and I think we saw this with the MG a little bit earlier, is that they're dropping the right rear wheel into the dirt as they come over the crest of the hill, and then they are left rear wheel, and then they're hooking the car back over to driver's right because the car is all loaded up in that direction and is rotated around at that point. And so Tuttle pretty much did the exact same thing that the GT Light car did 3 laps earlier.
Right, and if you... And right at that spot where they're going off, it's a pretty distinctive drop-off from the pavement to the dirt there, which is not common. It's pretty smooth drop-offs on most of the racetrack. But right there is where that drop-off. There's our race leader right there. Just took the white flag. That's Brandon Dracy starting his final lap. So he's about 2.7 miles from taking the overall victory here and the victory in E-Production. That is the 02 car. And he is now 22 seconds ahead of second place, so he can just basically motor it home here without any issues. He just has to complete the lap, not get into trouble, and he is going to be our race winner today.
And Brian, here's something of note also. You'll notice in this shot that you don't see Kurt Fritchie, and I mentioned a couple laps ago that I thought that there might have been some issues with that first-gen RX-7, that gray with blue number 40 machine, currently running second overall. Fritchie was being covered, I believe, with a bit of a slow pace by a white flag as he was coming out of the final corner. He's now gotten back underway, but the gap now is 22 plus seconds between Drazy, our overall leader, and Kurt Fritchie. He's still got a bit of an advantage over Brian Lynn, who's running in third. Of course, that's not a battle in class, but again, Fritchie has been losing considerable time now to Drazy over the last couple of laps. That last time, almost 6 full seconds.
Drazy coming into the Hawk Performance Braking Zone for the final time of the weekend. He'll come through Star Mazda here with 3 corners to go before he sees the checkered flag, and he is going to have an easy run to the finish line. We don't hear that very often, but this will be an easy run to the finish line as long as he can keep it between the white lines.
Brian Lynn thought he heard it about 5 laps ago.
Exactly.
Until I opened my mouth.
Exactly.
All right, here he comes out of the final corner. This is Brandon Drazy out of Goleta, California, and he is going to take the checkered flag. He is your E-Production winner today. Congratulations to Brandon crossing the line. Another one of our GT Light machines. That was Noel Hayward in the number 2. And he is going to finish, it appears he's going to finish 4th in GT Light. Here's Kurt Fritchie coming out of the final corner now. He's going to finish 2nd overall. second in E-Production, and you can see Brian Lynn made up a lot of ground on Fritchie on that last lap. He crosses the line. He finishes only 6 seconds back. Actually had about 5 seconds on Fritchie on the last lap. Brian Lynn is going to take the win in GT Light. Ben Valentine, for all of his troubles on track, Ben Valentine will finish second in GT Light. There is the F production machine of Gary Raymond, and I believe Raymond will finish second to Stephen Powers, the driver of this car right here. Actually, Powers in the number 145 Mazda Miata. He is your F production winner. Finishes a lap, 2 laps up on Gary Raymond there. And taking the win in B-Spec. Have we seen Tom Lepper come across the line yet, Brian? I don't think so.
I have not seen him come across the line, but he'll get there eventually. Yeah, I'll tell you, Greg, I've called a lot of races
There
here.
he is.
Yep, there he is.
There's Tom Lepper.
A lot of races here over the last 6, 7 years. I don't think I've ever seen cars hit that pothole or that rut at the exit of Phil Hill before. So we got 2 in one day.
Hey, you know anybody with some fill dirt that can run out there during lunch?
I do. I absolutely do. So that doesn't help our broadcast, though.
Well, you know, when Brendan goes out there to work on cameras, maybe we send him out. All right, coming to the line, and look at this, Alan Nahim. Wow, he made a heck of a race of it on the last lap, and actually on the last 4 corners or so, is Tom Lepper beat Naimi to the line by less than a second. Lepper's going to take the win in B-Spec 2 days in a row. Naimi will finish in second, and then Tom Tuttle will finish in third. So here quickly here in F production, it's Powers, Raymond, Murph. In GT Light, Lynn, Valentine, Hayward. In B-Spec, Lepper, Naimi, Tuttle. And in E production, Drazy, Fritchie, and Correa, your top 3.
It's Thomas Lepper's last lap, Greg, was a 2:28, and Ali Naimi's last lap was a 2:17. So
that's what you call nursing at home.
Yeah, and I don't know if he realized how close Ali Naimi was, or maybe he wouldn't have taken it that slow.
Yeah, really.
So,
well, within 0.7 of a second. Well, he was coming through the S's, made up all that ground, and wow, yeah. So but in the end, it come back in a year, nobody's going to remember
that's true.
Those last 4 corners.
That's
so
true.
Congratulations to Tom Lepper. All right, Brian, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next run group, and we're going to take a quick little break. And when we come back, our first open wheel group of the day.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock group. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock group. 3 cars to the grid. Formula F, Formula V, Formula 600. Group 3 cars to the grid.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have 2 main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily. And so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We are here. Oh, there is a bit of smoke coming out of that Formula 600 car as it gets underway.
Usually we see those from the Formula Vs, not from the 600.
I know, right. I know. So, but Group 3 is now getting ready for its race. Not a ton of cars in this group, but believe it or not, the best 2 races of the day yesterday came out of this group. So I am hopeful. So Greg, let's talk about starting lineup.
All right, well, let's do that. We've got 8 drivers on the grid today. I think that means we lost one of the Formula Vs possibly. But let's go. We'll run down the starting order. We're going to start off with the Formula Vs. We're going to be starting at the rear end of the pack. And starting 8th today in the number 40 Volkswagen Lynx, it is Don Manthe. Then we've got Marjorie Lundberg. Marjorie's going to be starting 7th. She's driving the number 24 Caracal in Formula V, with Mark Edwards starting 6th. He's in the number 74 Glamdring. Then we've got Mace German. He is going to start 5th on the field, and he is shown as your pole sitter today in Formula V in his Mysterian with a qualifying time of 2:10.264. Starting 4th on the field, our sole racer in Formula 600. He's in the number 72 machine, driving a KBS Smart 5. It's Jeff Jorgensen. And our final 3 cars, all in Formula F. Starting 3rd, driving the number 8 Swift DB6. It's a Honda-powered machine from Burbank, California. It's Edward Erlinson. Eric Polson's going to start on the outside of the front row today. He's driving the number 48 Hyper DL7, another Honda-powered machine, and he is from Clovis, California, and your pole sitter today, driving the number 22 Van Diemen RF00. I'm not sure if that is a Honda-powered machine or a Ford-powered machine. I believe it is a Ford, and he is from Santa Fe, New Mexico, with a qualifying time of 1:53.598. It's Ayrton Khan.
Lights are off on the pace car as we get ready to start our 17-lap race here. And it is going to be, again, you just never know, Greg. You know, some races you think are going to be fantastic, and they end up being a little bit of a snoozer. Other races you think might be a snoozer, and they turn out to be the best race of the weekend.
So stick around with us, because we're not going to tell you which one this
No. The great Karnak has no prognostication on this one today. So.
Yeah, and so Russ Lundberg, he made mention of the glamoring being driven by Mark Edwards. He says that's a vintage Formula V, and it definitely is there, Russ, as Mark has been driving that car now. I think we had it yesterday, 41 years. He built the car himself. He's been racing it for 41 years. He's been racing for 47.
Wow.
Yeah. So. Neat to see that machine out there, and it has a very different look than the majority of the Formula Vs we see. Much less cigar shaped, I think, than most of the more recent chassis. You have a much flatter nose there.
Yep. That is the old school nose, very similar to the Caracal D13s that were very popular back in the day. So here comes our leaders now through the sunset for the first time here, as they get ready for a potential green flag, and that green flag is in the air, and cars fan out as they often do, and right there from the 3rd spot, Eric Polson just drives up through the middle. Very similar to what happened yesterday.
Yeah, Brian, except not so different. He comes underneath our pole sitter, Ayrton Khan, and Eric Polson takes the point going down into the off-ramp for the very first time. So it is Polson, Khan, and then Erlinson, your top 3, Jeff Jorgensen in that Formula 600, slotting in behind our Formula Vs.
We got a car off there, Greg.
Yeah, and I believe that's the Formula 600. Yep, went around, Brian. That was Jorgensen in his KBS Smart 4. As we see the next cars to come through. Those are the Formula Vs, where it is Mace German and I believe Marjorie Lundberg moving up to 2nd, with Edwards and Manthe running 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Jeff Jorgensen had issues yesterday as well in this race, so it appears that maybe they haven't completely resolved themselves and they haven't been able to get it done. But here's your 4-car V field coming right at us here as they get and start to work their way through the first lap here, and then Jorgensen slightly off pace there coming through the dog leg. got a lead change up front here in Formula F. I believe that's Arton Kanan back on the lead here. Arton Kahn taking the lead again from Eric Poulsen here, and then it's Ed Erlinson in third.
Well, and I think we've had a couple of the folks in the chat try to correct us, and I think they're absolutely right based on when they cross the line that they believe that's Erlinson sitting in second in the number 8 machine. Of course, those machines a little bit too far from us to get their tiny little numbers here on the screen. But yeah, indeed, that is Edward Erlinson, who jumped to the early lead, now falls back in the second. Poulsen is sitting in third position as they come in the sunset for the very first time here under race conditions, with about a car length and a half separating each of our 3 Formula F drivers. And Brian, you know, this is pretty much the way we saw this race play out yesterday. Between all 3 of our Formula F drivers. Yesterday, it was Poulsen taking the win, Kahn finishing in second, and Erlinson finishing in third. It was a couple seconds between Poulsen and Kahn. Erlinson was about 10 seconds back from the leaders. Yesterday, Marjorie Lundberg took the win as she had a last lap pass on Mace German there to move up to the lead in that 4-car field. And as you mentioned, Jeff Jorgensen had some issues yesterday, only made it 7 laps, had to retire early.
Yeah, and in the Formula V race, Greg, I believe there were several last lap passes.
Yes, there were.
Before we got to the checkered flag. And then the lap before, there were also several passes. So it was a fantastic last couple of laps in both of the 2 classes. You can see Jeff Jorgensen now coming to the back of the Formula V field, see if he can work his way through that without making too much of damage to those 4 cars as they're trying to race for the lead in their class. Jorgensen, the only F6 out here this weekend, so he does not have a class competitor, so he should try to pick his way through in an easy spot, which will not hopefully have any problems, cause any problems for these Formula Vs all racing for Class B.
Yeah, indeed. If Jorgensen is back up to speed with that car, he's capable of lapping here about 10 seconds a lap faster than the Formula V. So, but he's being very judicious right now, just kind of sitting back, letting them have their race, and assuming they don't fan out 4 wide on the front straight. That'll probably be where he tries to take the position if he feels he's capable of doing it. All right, leaders coming out of sunset to complete lap number 2. Big wiggle there now from our second place runner, Ed Erlinson, and as they cross the line, it is still Kahn, Erlinson, and Poulsen. And as far as lap times, and again, these drivers, they're getting their cars up to speed right now. They're lapping in the mid to low 156s. They went out qualifying about 3 seconds a lap faster than they're running right now in some warmer temperatures. So we'll see here. The speed will definitely come, but you know, Brian, as we were talking in the MX-5 race originally and in the Spec Miata race, on how many laps should these racers wait until they start fighting, and you know, it's how long before they've separated themselves from the field enough. Obviously, with only 3 Formula Fs, not something really they have to worry about.
Yeah, there's no worry for them at all as far as that goes. They could just go out and start running. Maybe we see a move for the lead. Marjorie Lundberg is going to take it over. She had that lead yesterday at the end of the race, took home the victory, but there was a lot of stuff going on throughout that entire race, and it looks like they're going to have a very similar situation. Now it looks like there's a move to go into third place. Don Manthe trying to get around Mark Edwards there. It does look like Edwards was able to hold him off there, but that might not last very long with Manthe wanting to get into that third place position because he doesn't want to see those first 2 cars drive away too much, because once they drive away, it's going to be really hard to catch them.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And here we see Mace German coming down underneath Marjorie Lundberg as they come towards Riverside, looking to get that pass done once again. And kind of along the same lines there. Lundberg, not Lundberg. Yes, Lundberg is not going to put up a very big fight there. Let the 50 car take the position, keep the pace up. Try, you know, those two, their goal is to kind of separate themselves out from the 74 and the 40. Now, in yesterday's race here in Formula V, we did see Mark Edwards jump to a very early lead. He was kind of the class of the class in qualifying, and he had opened up originally about a 4-car length advantage on the rest of the V field, as you can expect. They drafted right back up to him, and he's kind of sitting right there in the middle. He's starting to lose Don Manthe behind.
Yeah, it was looking like Manthe was having some brake lockup issues a little earlier too, which certainly would be problematic if you're trying to keep up with those.
Well, yeah.
Here comes a potential move for the lead here. Marjorie Lundberg trying to get there and makes the move going into Sunset and is now in first place.
And that's the move she made yesterday on the very last lap to take the win. So she knows at least early on that the 50 machine isn't necessarily trying to block that, but when you come onto the only real straightaway here, you don't want to necessarily impede your momentum there on the front straight. That's a good way to go from the lead all the way back in the 4th position in Formula V.
Back to Formula F here. That is your race leader, Arton Kahn, in first, Ed Erlinson in second, and Eric Poulsen is in third. That's the way it's been for the last several laps, but there's nothing decided here with 14 to go. All of these cars seem to have basically a match of the others lap time-wise. Very, very close. A 10th here, a 10th there between the two of them. Ed Erlinson just went purple on that last lap of a 154.9, but still wasn't enough. But it might be side by side now going into the, oh, there it is. Ed Erlinson tries to make the move, then a big wiggle. That wiggle might be enough for Ayrton Kahn to get right back around going down the main straight. We'll see if that was able to, or if Kahn had to check up when he saw that wiggle. We'll check here.
Yeah, and it looks like Kahn did indeed check up there as he saw the rear end swing from left to right at the back of Erlinson's machine. Now, the third car in line, Eric Poulsen, he just set fast lap, but, you know, not much of anywhere for him to go. And I think much like yesterday, where, again, he finished in third, or probably, I'm sorry, Poulsen came out with the win yesterday. I'm sorry. Poulsen maybe just kind of, you know, sitting and watching and evaluating what the two drivers ahead of him are doing. He's got a number of laps there. All he's got to do is stay close.
There's Erlinson with Ayrton Kahn right behind him, and then Poulsen just a half a car length or 2 car lengths back. No real worries for him about keeping onto the back of these two at the moment. There they come, and you can see all of them come just a little closer together going into Riverside and coming out of Riverside up over Phil Hill. At the top of this hill, the cars decompresses and they come back and the suspensions compress again, coming right back down. You don't see any daylight under these little Formula cars when they come over Phil Hill like you do at the stands, Greg. Here's a move. There's a potential move. I believe Kahn tried to cover going onto the inside, and then Poulsen decided he was going to try to go around the outside, and in the end, no precision changes at all.
Well, no, yeah, and so we do have actually the white car of Erlinson, number 8. He is sitting there in the lead. There with Kahn second. But yeah, look for a moment like Kahn was going to try to go down the inside on Erlinson in the Star Mazda, and Erlinson just drove right around the outside there as Kahn was a little bit deeper on the brakes, I think.
So there they are. It's Erlinson, Kahn, Poulsen. That's how they stand as they come through Sunset, heading down towards the start-finish line. Going into lap 13 to go here, and things are just as pretty much as they started out yesterday, Greg. You've got this hot battle up front in Formula F, and the Formula V cars also doing very, very similar things themselves. The top 3 cars there pretty much all in contention with each other. There is your race leader. It is Marjorie Lundberg. Right behind her, Mace Gurman, and then Mark Edwards has gotten around Mace Gurman now. He is now in second place, and then Don Manthe is pulling up the 4th place spot here in Formula V. Oh no, that's Jorgensen at the end. That means that I believe we've lost Mace Gurman somehow.
Mace Gurman, yeah, indeed. There as the number 50 machine does not appear to be in that group of 3 Formula Vs, 1 Formula 600. And let's take a look here as we jump back over to Formula F, as we have now Erlinson and Kahn side by side going into Phil Hill. And as they take that left-hand turn into the hill, Ayrton Kahn moves back to the lead in the number 22 car.
And Eric Poulsen looked for a second like he was going to try to make it too wide to get past there and take advantage of Erlinson being caught out just a little bit. But Erlinson shut the door and said, I am not going to let that happen, at least not yet. So right now it's Kahn, then Erlinson, then Poulsen right behind him. He seems just happy there being in third place, letting those two guys battle it out, maybe saving a little bit of tires so that when it comes to really important part of this race with 4 or 5 laps to go, he can then, now he's going to try to make a move going into Sunset. Poulsen's trying to go underneath Lundberg, and I think he thought better of it at that point in time.
No, actually, pass is done.
No, he did.
So Poulsen gets around gets around Erlinson, move him up to second. I was going to say, Brian, that as Poulsen had just kind of been sitting back, biding his time. The one thing that he would need to be concerned about is if he had determined that maybe Kahn was starting to expand that lead out over Erlinson, and it didn't take long.
Wiggle.
He pounced early, and you can see already now as Poulsen gets right up to the back of the black number 22 machine, and Erlinson now he falls about 4 car lengths back here as they come over the crest of Cotton Corners.
Yeah, Erlinson had a big wiggle coming right in the middle of the off-ramp there. It was able to collect it and keep moving on, but you could see that was the damage that's been done. And the two front cars pulling away even a little bit more now, going through dog-leg here. Tough situation for Erlinson after running up front for the first part of this race. Wow, look at the gap, Greg, between second and third place now. We're up to about 10, 12 car lengths in just a very short matter of time. Coming into this part of the racetrack last lap, Erlinson was your race leader. Now he's back by 10, 12 car lengths.
All right, and we're still trying to track down what may have happened to the 50 car. He is showing as being 2 laps down, so we're just trying to determine if he's somewhere on track or where he may be.
Well, that last Formula V just came out of Star Mazda. Right there, he is, right there, in front of the Formula Fords, there, Formula Fs, and that is what's the situation. I don't know how he fell back, but he certainly had something go on there. Yep, there he is. That's Mace Gurman right there.
And Brian, I'm just showing.
Oh, is that Marjorie Lundberg?
I think that's Marjorie Lundberg. They are just now crossing the line, the red and black machine ahead of our Formula F leaders as she dropped from the lead now back into third position. Again, Mace Gurman is not circulating around the course. He's stuck with 3 laps complete, but Marjorie Lundberg, who had been leading Formula V, she now has she must have had a bit of an issue there. Okay. As Kahn and Poulsen right back behind that Formula V, and big change here is Ayrton Kahn moves back into the lead over Eric Poulsen.
On that last lap, Ed Erlinson had a little bit of off-track twice. I don't know if it was a full off or it was just a couple of wheels off, but there's certainly something with the handling of that car that's gone amiss over the last few laps. You can also see that the Jeff Jorgensen has gotten around all of the Formula Vs now, and he has moved into 4th overall. Got past those, so now the Formula V should be able to just race themselves. They're going to be able to hopefully let the Formula Fs through here without any issues, and there they go, lapping the first 2 cars in Formula F right now. Looks like they're able to pick their way through pretty easily here. No big problems for either group of cars. Of the second place car, Poulsen, both of them get through that relatively unscathed, and it didn't do much to affect the Formula Vs either.
All right, I'm getting word, Brian, that Lundberg had her little moment over at Star Mazda. I think just before we had picked up that view, because we saw them coming into the S's there right ahead of our Formula F leaders. But we see there Kahn and Poulsen, and they've now opened up a pretty substantial advantage now over Ed Erlinson in the number 8 machine. Is Erlinson now almost 2 full seconds back? And actually, I think more than that is he is just now coming onto the front straight.
Poulsen and Kahn now coming up on the Formula 6 car, and that will be some car. They're going to hit that car probably right around as they exit off-ramp is my guess. Erlinson now has gotten around the lead Formula V car, so he's now past that. Not sure what was causing him the problems earlier in the race, but he has definitely not have the pace now that he had early, and the first two cars in Formula F moving forward now. Also a little bit of gap now between Mark Edwards and, oh, I have got the wrong timing of scoring up. That's my problem. Mark Edwards and Don Manthe. I was looking at yesterday. I'm like, why are none of these things changed? I'm looking at yesterday's finishing order. Anyway, there's your leaders overall coming up on the back of the Formula 6 car of Jeff Jorgensen. And he'll let them by because he's really not racing with any, well, he really isn't, not even really not. He's not racing anybody in class. We are at the halfway point in this class. Let's do a call to grid. Oh. When we come back from break, we've got a look at what happened to Marjorie Lundberg that caused her to fall back into the position that she's in now. So we'll check out that right after the break. Stay with us. Attention the paddock, Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars, Spec Racer Ford 3s to the grid for your final race of the weekend.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Ronoff's Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, everybody, in the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is this is a battle for the lead in Formula F.
Oh.
And I was going to say, before we go to the replay to see what happened to Marjorie Lundberg that we teased before the break, and we see it right there. There she is in Star Mazda, right in front of the rest of the Formula V field. That was 3 laps ago. We had a battle for the lead in Formula F. Maybe we can pick that back up.
There it is.
All right, and moving to the lead now, Eric Polson gets around Ayrton Kahn. He is your new leader with 7 laps, actually about 6.5 laps remaining, Brian.
6.5 to go here, and now it's Ayrton Khan, who's just got back in front of Eric Poulsen, back and forth twice on the same lap. This has been a hot and heavy battle here all the way through these first opening laps, and I don't imagine unless one of them makes a mistake, it's going to be the same situation. And now it looks like another pass for the lead. It looks like Poulsen trying to get underneath Khan, and he gets the job done. If he can hold it, Khan tries the over-under. It should be noted this is Khan's first race weekend in a Formula F car, and he's right there battling it out with an absolute veteran in Eric Poulsen. So here they now come through the sunrise turn here again, right nose to tailpipe.
And Brian, during the break, I was pointing this out to you. I've noticed a very big difference in how both Poulsen and Khan take the final corner, the sunset turn. Now, yesterday we saw a number of drivers maybe turn in a little early, end off in the dirt and what is actually a lot of mud out there, and it actually almost like quicksand has been swallowing some cars all weekend long. Ayrton Khan, I think, with some hopes of having a second weekend in this race car. He's been turning in very late, and he's been giving himself a pretty wide buffer, not getting out to the curbing, usually giving himself about 4 to 5 feet on exit of that final corner. We see Poulsen, and certainly here as Poulsen was trying to make that pass, as he is turning in earlier and earlier. He's getting out to the very edge of that track surface. It didn't bite him yesterday. It hasn't bit him yet today, but it's something we should continue to watch.
Marjorie Lundberg on the move. She's now moved past Don Manthe. So after that spin, she's getting it back together here and moving up towards the top of the leaderboard in Formula V. So that is the situation. There's Mark Edwards, and right behind him is Marjorie Lundberg, trying to get back those spots that she has been working out. So she is back in the discussion for possibly taking her second win of the weekend. It has been a big move for her to get with 6 to go. She has plenty of time to now catch Edwards and see if she can move past him and take win number 2 of this year's Super Tour for her. And win number 2 this weekend is in sights for her if she can get at least to the back of Edwards. Last lap. I was just going to say, last lap, Marjorie Lundberg had a 2:11.5, Mark Edwards a 2:13.4. So, and right now you can see her get right back to the back of the car.
So let's see here as they come now out of the dogleg, heading into Riverside. This is where Formula V would, if it was a little bit closer, would hop down to the inside. We can see already where Lundberg was maybe showing the nose a little bit. I mean, there's no chance that Mark Edwards doesn't realize what is coming up soon here, but Lundberg's still about 2 car lengths back. Probably needs to draft up a little bit closer in the run here down in the Star Mazda, and we know that although the S's, Brian, for most cars that are racing here this weekend are not a part of the track where you want to go too wide. We saw it yesterday, and the Formula V's can definitely go too wide, as we may have a car that had gone off track going into Riverside. We'll check on that in just a second, but this is a section of the track where Formula V's, Brian, certainly can go too wide, and we see now as Lundberg has drafted right up to the back of Mark Edwards.
All right, so we'll keep an eye here on Mark Edwards and Marjorie Lundberg as they go through the now sunset here with 5 laps to go here. Here they come into the first corner here. We call it Sunrise. It's actually corner number 16 because we have them numbered backwards when we're on the clockwise circuits here. But the first corner for the weekend here after the end of the front straight here. Marjorie Lundberg is now pretty much at the back bumper of Mark Edwards, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here.
All right, Brian, and we do have a local caution now being displayed coming out of Grapevine, making the run down towards the dog leg here. So somewhere between this section that we're looking right now and into Riverside, we do have an incident here with a car possibly off course. And
Yep.
apparently it is Eric Poulsen who was battling for the lead with Ayrton Kahn. They're getting word there may have been contact. We're going to try and get a replay here for you if we can momentarily. But that is going to move, at least temporarily, Kahn to the lead with Erlinson now running second overall, almost 12 seconds in arrears as we continue to watch this battle for the lead in Formula V.
Right, with that situation there with Poulsen and Kahn coming together there, it means that the only battle for a lead right now on the racetrack is the one we are looking at right here with Mark Edwards in first place in Formula F. Marjorie Lundberg 0.3 of a second behind at the line, but I don't think it's that far of a gap anymore. I think it is even closer here, and we're going to see them as they come. Yeah, a little bit closer. It's so close that Marjorie Lundberg has taken the lead going into Star Mazda, and she is back right at the front of the pack here with 4 to go, which is where she finished the race yesterday. But I will say yesterday there were several lead changes over the last 2 laps. And that is the situation here, potentially setting up here with Edwards and Lundberg as we get to the final 3 laps here into.
All right, and it turns out, Brian, we're not going to have a replay of that incident, but again, it does sound as though Kahn and Poulsen did come together here as Marjorie Lundberg leads Mark Edwards across the start-finish line. And for our Formula Vs, they are now working lap number 13, so they've got 4 laps remaining. Ayrton Kahn crosses the stripe, completes lap number 14. He's got now 3 to go.
3 to go, which will be actually 3 to go for everybody because we'll finish the race as the Formula F comes across the line. So because the Vs are slightly a bit slower than the Formula Fs, they're going to get one last lap here. So, and there they are coming through the Cotton Corners and heading up over Grapevine here for the 3rd to last time here for those 2 cars. And you can see Lundberg starting to pull away a little bit from Mark Edwards. And she is trying to make this so there is no discussion, no last lap. She doesn't want last lap passes like we had yesterday, despite how much we would love to see that. She wants to get a little bit of as far ahead as possible from Mark Edwards so that she can have an easy couple of laps here to victory lane. I don't know that Mark Edwards thinks that's a good idea, but he's trying to hang on as much as possible here so he can make it interesting here towards the end. There they are coming up over Phil Hill. They're coming back down. One of the most fun sections here at Buttonwillow is that Phil Hill section where everyone loves to race at. Look at our Mark Edwards, though, peeking on the inside of Marjorie Lundberg, going down towards Star Mazda. Is he going to make this? And he does make the pass going into Star Mazda. So Mark Edwards, not giving up the battle here, has come into first place. Marjorie Lundberg moves into second, but not letting him drive away. Is this lining up, Greg, to be very similar to yesterday? I can only hope.
Yeah, I mean, I can only hope. I mean, the obvious thing there, and we saw that from Mark Edwards, is he was able to stay in the draft. He was able to stay right up to the back of Marjorie Lundberg. And, of course, we know she's not going to be moving away. Now, here comes, and this may complicate things a little bit. We've got young Ayrton Kahn. He may not be as... how do we put this?
Savvy?
Yes.
Aware,
yeah,
maybe?
So we'll have to see where Kahn decides to try to get by these 2 racers if he waits for them to get through a corner, because he may end up basically splitting up this pair. And it looks like Marjorie Lundberg, she's kind of signaling her intentions to Kahn as she came down underneath him, going down into the off-ramp, telling him, don't make the pass here. And Kahn, I think, thought better of it. He waited until they got to the I-5, had a little bit of straightaway, and he is now through without affecting that Formula V race. But for a moment, it looked like Kahn might have tried to go underneath them into the off-ramp, which would have been disastrous for this race. So we'll see here. More importantly, Kahn does put them another lap down, and so that is going to remove another lap that the Formula Vs might possibly have had. The other thing we've noticed here is that Kahn, even with that pass there on the Formula Vs, Kahn has definitely backed off now, knowing that he doesn't have any competition from Poulsen, and Erlinson is still actually making up a little bit of ground, running a little bit faster pace, but he's still 10 seconds in arrears.
Yes, so Kahn's got a clear path all the way to the front. Only question now is Ed Erlinson will try to get around these Formula Vs, hopefully at a good time as well. He's coming up here in the white Formula F right behind him. So there's going to be one lap to go for all of these cars when they come by the line the next time. And here comes Mark Edwards with Lundberg right behind him. And then Erlinson is right there. Hopefully he will not have any issues here getting around them. Maybe through the S's might be a tough spot, or he might just wait till the start-finish straight to make that move, which is what he should do, because he's not going to catch Kahn at this point in time. Although it looks like he's ducking in right now, going into Sunset. Makes the move without any issues. Doesn't really look like it's caused any issues, although Mark Edwards tries to kind of move back around.
Yeah,
and
it
Marjorie
did.
Lundberg's taking advantage of the situation, making a move for the lead here, going into the first turn for the
indeed.
final time.
Yeah, Edwards had to adjust his line coming through that corner, had to keep the car to the inside, and really scrubbed off a lot of speed. But he's able to get right back underneath Lundberg going into Sunrise. So he retakes the lead here for the moment, and Lundberg's going to have to find another place to get that pass done before the checkered flag.
Well, there they are, Edwards and Lundberg going over I-5 now for the final time. You're going to see him coming here into Cotton Corners. We've got about 10, 12 turns to go here. One of these cars is going to have a checkered flag. The other car is going to have a second place trophy. We're just not sure which one is which at this point. And here they come over that little hump, going down the back straight now. Right in the middle there, you're going to see what we call the dog leg. Marjorie Lundberg pushes out to the right side, making it look like she was thinking about going there, but decided not to. Here's another opportunity here going into Riverside if she can get a little bit of a draft and a slipstream, but not right now, not making that move. Still Edwards up front. Lundberg is in second. Still some time on this lap to make one more move. Where is she going to do it, Greg?
All right, as they come over the crest of Phil Hill, she takes a quick look to the inside. We've seen already multiple times today where she's used Star Mazda turn as a place to outbreak her competition, and she moves over to driver's left. She's going to try to go either around the outside of the yellow machine, or then maybe turn in a little bit later and slot in underneath. She's not able to come up on him here, but first coming across the line, taking the overall win, winning Formula F, Ayrton Kahn. Let's go back to our Formula Vs, where it is still running in the lead. It is still Mark Edwards in that yellow number 74 glamoring as they come through the final portions of the S's and now into the final corner. We saw Marjorie Lundberg make a pass here for the win yesterday. Is she far enough up? She is not. She's going to have to try to draft by. She pokes to the inside on the 74 car, and as they come to the line, taking the win in Formula V, Mark Edwards over Marjorie Lundberg over Mark Edwards. Margin of victory, 93 one-thousandths of a second, as Lundberg takes her second win of the weekend and edges Mark Edwards using that draft here at Buttonwillow.
Second day in a row, one of the best finishes here is in Formula V, and second day in a row, Marjorie Lundberg is your race winner here in Formula V. 2 Super Tour wins in the books for Lundberg. What a great race, Greg.
Absolutely. All right, so in Formula F, we saw Ayrton Kahn take the checkered flag. Ed Erlinson, he's going to finish second in class. And of course, we talked about Lundberg and Edwards. Then Don Manthe will finish third in Formula V. Mace German will finish in fourth. And then our sole Formula 600 driver, Jeff Jorgensen, he's going to finish fifth overall.
Shades of Danny Sullivan at the Indianapolis 500 with the spin and win in 85. Driving that Miller Lite car as he made that spin and then went to take the win. Marjorie Lundberg spins and wins here at Buttonwillow, and that is going to do it here for us, folks. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Spec Racer Ford 3 is next. That's one you're not going to want to miss. Stay with us, everybody. Don't forget to file for your contingency payouts for the Hoosier Super Tour. Partner payouts include offers from companies like Hawk Performance, including product certificates to the top 5 positions in class. And they can be used on any Hawk products. Hawk Performance also offers a benefit discount to SCCA members of $20 off a $200 purchase and is the Novice Group sponsor for the SCCA's Track Night in America. Search Contingency on the SCCA website to view your contingency options. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Spec Racer Ford cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid, 4-year race. Spec Racer Ford to the grid. We are back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for race number 4 of the day, the last race before lunch. This is Spec Racer Ford 3. Greg, you have our starting lineups. Give them to us.
I do. All right, starting 25th on the field. There are 25 drivers setting qualifying times, and that means starting 25th, somebody's got to be there. He's driving the number 64 machine. He's from Sedona, Arizona. It's James Schubert. Chris Strand is going to start 24th. He's driving the number 49, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, with Douglas Stewart, starting 23rd. He's in the number 71 car. Then we've got Charles Pigeon. Charles is driving the number 111 car. He starts 22nd, with Mike Moshe starting 21st in the 16 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Denny Fostick is going to start 20th on the field. He's in the number 69 car. He's from Riverside, California. Eric Hand is going to start 19th. Eric's driving the 76, with Bill Booth starting 18th. Bill's driving the number 57 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Then we've got John McClintock starting 17th. He's in the number 23 car, with Graham, I want to say Graham Wood, but it's W-O-O-D-D. Graham Wood starting 16th. He's in the number 52 machine. Tom Miserandino, all the way from the United Kingdom, starting 15th today in the number 15 car, with Tom Burt starting 14th in the 45. Sean O'Boyle starting 13th. He's driving the 67 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Judson Holt will start 12th. He's in the number 188 car, with Umberto Moletti. He's in the 34. He starts 10th. Here's your top 10. Paul Marino starting 10th on the field outside of row number 5 in the number 14 car, with Andre Paris starting to his left. He's in the number 77, starting in 9th. Lee Douglas will start 8th. He's in the number 2 machine, with Mark Ballingy starting 7th in the 197 car. Row number 3 is made up of Jay Rosenthal. He's going to start 6th in the 55 car, with Steve Fogg starting to his left in the number 21 car. He's in 5th. Then we've got Robert Edmondson starting in 4th today. He's driving the number 22 machine, with John Black, yesterday's winner, driving the number 17 car. He starts on the inside of row number 2. And your front row today, starting 2nd, driving the number 99 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Tigard, Oregon, it's Caleb Schrader. And your pole sitter today, looking for a little bit better outcome. We think he ran out of fuel during yesterday's race, driving the number 11 machine, hailing from Bakersfield, California, pretty much right outside the front gate, at a qualifying time of 1:54.059. Multi-time national champion, Mike Miserandino.
All right, so I stopped by the Miserandino pit this morning, and I was told that the flux capacitor on that car broke, and then it affected the muffler connector and the muffler bearings. Yes, exactly. So the car did run out of gas yesterday, and I was also told very quickly from the crew member that the driver calculated how much gas he wanted in the car. So
It's always the driver's fault, never the crew. Remember that.
Completely ran Mike Miserandino under the bus.
Under the bus and under the gas pumps, apparently.
So my suspicion is there'll be another gallon of gas in the car, or actually a couple more gallons, because it's a longer race today.
Yeah, definitely.
But I don't think they'll make that mistake two races in a row.
All right, Brian, so pace car now on the pit lane, turning the field over to Mike Miserandino, probably in fuel-saving mode right now, coming through the sunset turn. He's got, in that black and red number 99 machine, Caleb Schrader to his right. On the second row, John Black, our winner yesterday, and Robert Edmondson right behind as the green flag is in the air, and they make the run down to the Sunrise Bend, jumping to the inside, trying to make a run. I believe that was the 71 of Doug Stewart, but as they come through the first turn, through the Sunrise turn, it's Miserandino and Schrader still up front. Schrader coming down the inside, lots of brake lock up in the middle of the field there, going into the off-ramp. Somebody thinking the dirt is a much faster way around than the pavement, but gets back on course. Miserandino takes the lead from Schrader, with John Black sitting in third, and then sitting in fourth, Robert Edmondson in the number 22 machine as they come over the top of Cotton Corners.
All right, so we have a car, you can see it right there, going through Cotton Corners on the right-hand side with severe front end damage. The whole fiberglass hood is destroyed on that car, and there's debris down in the I-5 section coming off that car. Another car goes wide into the dirt there, so a lot of chaos here on the first lap.
Yeah, and we saw there it's it gets awfully bottled up there. It's really narrow going into the off ramp there, Brian, and certainly as the things stack up, we saw the one driver go into the dirt to try and avoid what was happening directly in front of him. Surprised there wasn't more damage there, but now coming out of Phil Hill and making the run down in the Star Mazda, already a 3-car breakaway. Miserandino, Schrader, and yesterday's winner, John Black. Not much of a breakaway because as they get under braking, Edmondson and Fogg, they close things down as well. Bit of a gap there back to, I think that's Rosenthal in the 55 car, a little bit further back there, a little bit of a gap now to our second pack.
All right, your leaders are now single file as they head down to Sunset for the first time under race conditions here. And the front of this race pack, Greg, looks a whole lot like the front of the race pack yesterday at this time. Same drivers, pretty much in the same order. John Black, though, now ducking out to see if he can get around Caleb Schrader here, going past the start-finish line. We'll see if he completes that pass going into turn 1. And it does look like Schrader's been able to hold off Black at that point in time. Black tucks back in. They go back single file, and there they head now towards the off-ramp.
Yeah, and Brian, you were talking yesterday how Schrader and John Black, kind of a mentor-mentee relationship, working for the same team there. Definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult for Mike Miserandino, but a little surprised to see John Black take that early look to the inside of Schrader. It had the opportunity to really allow Miserandino to open up a gap. Obviously here, as we watch him come through Grapevine, obviously did not happen that way, though.
16 laps to go here very early in this race, and the first 3 cars doing exactly what they did yesterday. Miserandino, Black, and Schrader trying to drive away from the field early here, and that was a very similar situation yesterday. Right up until the last lap of that race, those 3 cars were the 3 cars up front until Miserandino ran out of gas. So we're got a similar situation starting up, and it was Edmondson and Fogg right there as well, right behind them yesterday. So very similar situation here in race number 2.
All right, as they come into Star Mazda, Miserandino sticks the car down to the inside there, kind of cover off Schrader and John Black. And I think, as we talked, Brian, here with these longer format races, I'm fairly certain that Miserandino, Schrader, and Black would like to do what they can to shake Robert Edmondson loose, to shake Steve Fogg loose as well. There's about a 2-3 car length gap back to them at the moment. They'd like to stretch things out again. Early time here in this race as the rest of the field has started to stretch out. So we mentioned yesterday that Miserandino had the fuel issues. John Black took the win. Schrader finished second, and that was based on I believe a last lap pass that John Black made on Caleb Schrader. But Robert Edmondson finished only a second and a half back from our top 2. They weren't able to shake him yesterday. Fogg finishing in 4th with Jay Rosenthal 5th. And right now, Rosenthal, he's running in 6th position, pretty much the same order that we were running yesterday. The one difference, Miserandino still our leader.
And here comes our leaders here down through the dogleg here. Miserandino first, still, Caleb.
Yeah, it's Schrader, it's Miserandino, then Schrader, then John Black.
Right, okay.
In 3rd. Then with that bit of a gap back to Edmondson and Fogg.
Yeah, Schrader was hidden behind Miserandino on that camera angle for a second. I thought maybe he was no longer there, but so that is as close as you can get there, right up underneath the tailpipe there, trying to draft away from 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, but really not getting that. That's not really happening. 3rd and 4th place hanging in nicely, trying to not lose contact with those front 3 cars, and Edmondson's right there, almost there with Black.
Yeah, he is. Now we see those the following packs there. Jay Rosenthal, the red number 55, he's kind of sitting there on an island all by himself going through the S's. And then you've got Umberto Miletti, Mark Ballingy, Sean O'Boyle, Paul Marino. Now in yesterday's race, we saw where Marino was the lead car in that second pack, I think all the way until 2 laps to go, where he dropped back a couple of positions. but nice little fights throughout the field there, as certainly, you watch these cars, Brian, and these drivers where, they're still fighting it out for 8th position. All right, here as our leaders coming out of the off-ramp and onto the short I-5 over towards Cotton Corners. And in the last lap, both Edmondson and Steve Fogg, they have made up a little bit of ground. They made up about 2/10 on our lead trio. And now you don't see more than about a half a car length between any of the top 5 drivers. Again, then sitting a little bit further back, Rosenthal running about a second to a second and a half off the pace of our leaders, as he just doesn't have the benefit of the draft. But the one thing, Brian, here is we saw them come out of Cotton Corners. That is where I think Izzardino, Schrader, and Black continue to gap the 4th and 5th place cars. Edmondson and Fogg just don't seem to get a good run out to the grapevine.
Yeah, a little different yesterday from today is that we now have those 5 cars, but you are absolutely right, Greg, that the first 3 just seem to be just a slight bit faster than the 2 cars behind them. Not by much, but just enough to keep that gap there. But at this time yesterday, the first 3 cars were pretty far afield of 4th and 5th. And this is a lot closer together than they were. I'm not quite sure if it's because of the distance of the race that the front cars are kind of just trying to keep themselves together, or if Edmondson and Fogg have decided to work together much closer, but a little bit of a different situation today than yesterday.
All right, one thing, and I also noticed here is the second pack is going to be coming out of the final corner in just a moment. Mark Ballingy getting around Umberto Maletti, so move him up into 7th. There is Ballingy in that white with red car, and then Maletti in the yellow machine directly behind there. So that's the battle for 7th, just behind, actually now quite a bit behind Jay Rosenthal, all by himself now in 6th position.
Battles throughout the whole field here are part of what you get with Spec Racer Ford. A good reason why there's always so many out here is that even if you aren't in that front pack, you have someone to go and have fun with, and there's a lot of opportunities for that going on at the moment.
Yeah, and Brian, one of the things I love about this class, we call it Spec. Obviously, the drivers have quite a bit of ability to set rake and set suspension settings to their liking. As John Black now trying to move underneath Caleb Schrader. We'll get back to that thought in just a moment as they're coming into Riverside, and John Black now takes over 2nd position, move Caleb Schrader back into 3rd. I was going to say, but this is a class that is very tightly controlled down to the electronics and electrics in the cars, even to the point where a couple of years ago we had one of our Super Tour races where a driver lost all positions, was moved to the back of the pack because he had different packing in his muffler than as that muffler comes from SCCA Enterprises. So again, this is probably more of a driver's class, I think, than most every other, and I'm using air quotes now, spec class in the SCCA.
Yeah, the only difference now in these cars is the 2 different transmissions, but almost everybody has moved over to the SADIV sequential gearbox. I don't believe anybody running up front in any of these races anymore has the H pattern, but there's still a few out there.
Sure, and a lot of that I think still has to do to some extent with supply. As a couple of years ago, the Gen 3 cars, when they were first brought on board, had an H pattern box, and what a lot of the drivers up front were finding, Brian, is that that transmission required, in some cases, 2 or maybe even 3 rebuilds per season, costing thousands and thousands of dollars. These SADIV transmissions are quite a bit more expensive when purchased new, but the drivers are getting many more cycles on them than they were from the H pattern boxes. In the end, it ends up being a little bit less expensive, and in addition to that, certainly is with any transmission that you don't have to go and put your foot down on the clutch and disconnect the drive line, makes it a faster car as well.
All right, top 5 cars still all right there in the discussion. Mike Miserandino at the moment in first. John Black is now second. Caleb Schrader third. And then Caleb Schrader falling back just a tiny bit there. Then a little bit further back, you've got Robert Edmondson and Steve Fogg. That's the 5 cars you see in your picture frame right now as they get to the 12 to go spot here in this race. Still a lot of opportunities, and then that one car that is straggling off the back there is Jay Rosenthal, way behind in the draft. But what's interesting is that he's able to hold off the group of 6 or 7 cars behind him that aren't catching him.
No, they haven't been. As Rosenthal has been running in the mid-57s. That second group led by Umberto Moletti, who got back around Mark Bielanski. They've been circulating anywhere between 1/10 and no tenths slower than the 55 machine. So we can see there that pretty good pace from Rosenthal without a draft. Imagine if he was able to get back up to our lead pack as John Black now just sets fast lap of the race. And he was almost a 10th faster now than Mike Miserandino. And as you mentioned, our top 2 starting to maybe break away a little bit from Schrader. Schrader's still close enough to be within the draft there, and none of them have dropped Edmondson or Fogg yet.
What people may not know who are watching is that, you know, this is our premier league here for the SCCA. The Super Tour brings people from all over different parts of the region who come together for these Super Tour races. On many weekends throughout the year, we have races here at at Buttonwillow that attract all of our local racers, but we don't always get these extra drivers coming from different parts of the country. Jay Rosenthal is one of the folks who's running always up front at our regional and divisional events. So he's got lots of laps here at Buttonwillow, knows how to make these cars work. So I'm not surprised that he's running fast times at all. I'm only surprised that the cars behind him with the draft aren't catching him.
They're not getting up to him, exactly.
Yeah.
All right,
there are your leaders.
Come out of Phil Hill, and again, Brian, Miserandino and Black starting to inch away from Caleb Schrader. And the question is, what is Schrader going to do to try to get back behind, get a little bit closer behind those 2 cars? Does he try to stay on the brakes a little bit, or get on the brakes a little bit later, try to stand on the brakes, brake a little bit harder into some of the corners? Does he try to open things up? You know, it's kind of that point of diminishing returns when you think you have to make up ground by going 5 feet deeper into a braking zone. You end up heating up the brakes, you end up putting more wear on the tires. The car becomes less of a tool for you later on in the race, as we watch here, and Schrader continuing to fall back just a little bit.
Yeah, and Edmondson's just far enough back where he doesn't want to back himself up to Edmondson to get the draft from him, because he would be giving up too much space at that point in time. So here they come now through the. Oh, we're a little bit further back in the pack here now.
That's the battle for 7th. As we just had Mark Bielanski taking a look to the inside of Umberto Moletti. That is a part of that second group of the race within the race that they swapped positions a couple times. And there he is. That is Bielanski in the 197 machine coming underneath Umberto Moletti, getting around, going into Cotton Corners now. So move Moletti, I think, back into 8th, or did he lose a position to Paul Marino, maybe pushing him back into 9th position? We'll have to see here as they come over the crest of the hill a little bit closer to us. I think indeed Paul Marino now with the 14 machine moving up into the second car in that line. So Marino now moving up into 8th position, and Moletti moving all the way back to 9th.
So Mark Bielanski is the MB of MBI, the customer service rep here for Spec Racer Ford in Southern California. So he has got another one of those drivers here out every Buttonwillow race weekend. Hundreds, maybe even thousands of laps here with these cars, and always typically one of the cars running up front here on a divisional or regional race weekend. So.
Yeah, but a very packed field here today. Oh, look at this, Brian, as Caleb Schrader now has closed down that gap that had opened up to his teammate John Black, with Mike Miserandino there and in doing so has created an even larger gap back to fourth place Edmondson, who has now, it looks like, picked up fog, so they can start working the draft, but it might just be a little bit too little too late, Brian, as they're about 15 car lengths back from our top 3 at the moment.
It definitely is the case here, and as we've learned in the past when we've had folks who have experience in these Spec Racer Fords, the fourth and fifth place car are pretty much out of the draft at this point in time. Draft is about 10 car lengths long for these packs, and they're definitely right at the edge of that 10, 12 car lengths back situation. So they are, if they haven't completely lost the draft, they're not getting much help, and they're at risk of really losing the draft completely here. Here comes your leaders coming through towards Phil Hill again. Miserandino's in first, John Black second, Caleb Schrader hanging on there for third place with 9 to go here. Let's take our break, and then when we come back, we'll have all of the action to the checkered flag. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995, and sponsor of the Roadhouse Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park and the Hoosier Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, we're right in the middle of Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And just as we went to break, big changes at the front of the field.
Definitely. Just as we were in the middle of our break, John Black decided he wanted to go around Mike Miserandino, and that is exactly what happened. It happened right in this section of the racetrack. John Black popped out, went around Mike Miserandino, and made that move with 9 laps to go or so. Now that we have 7 to go, Miserandino has slotted right in, and looks like he's content at the moment to watch and be behind. oftentimes we find out that the best place to be going into the final lap in this class is in second place. So I'm sure that Mike Miserandino's not worried about the situation at all. He's just going to sit there and watch and see where he thinks he can make a move a little later in the race.
Yeah, as we just saw Miserandino drop a wheel there, driver's right coming down Phil Hill. And for a moment there, it looked as though, and almost for a lap and a half, it looked as though that the gap that John Black left when he got around Miserandino was left wide open by Caleb Schrader. He has not been able to draft back up to our 2 leaders, and this has been, I think, I don't know, I don't want to call it an issue yet, Brian, you know, that he just doesn't seem to have the pace and the draft isn't helping him, but you would think that he would want to be perhaps a little bit closer now as they come down the front straight into Sunrise.
Exactly, and that could be the case. Also, you know, there's no telling that those 2 cars are going to make it to the finish line first anyway.
Yeah,
so, you know, Caleb Schrader's in a really good position to take advantage of whatever kind of raciness happens up front, you know, if that might be the case there. I will say that Miserandino and Black, cagey veterans, so I imagine that it'll be pretty clean coming to the finish line, but you just never know what happens. Somebody makes a mistake and possibly another car has to check up, and then there's Caleb Schrader right there ready to pounce if in fact that opportunity presents itself.
All right, Brian, and speaking of pouncing, we have a new 4th place driver because Steve Fogg has gotten around Edmondson. So move the 21 car up to 4th place, and we just saw as they came out of the off ramp and on the I-5 where the number 5 machine was trying to get back around. He just did not quite have the pace to do it. So move Edmondson, or drop Edmondson down in the 5th position. He's about a half a car length back. So, you know, we talked earlier about whether or not Edmondson would maybe lay back a little bit to try to pick up Fogg as a drafting partner. Don't know if he meant to do it or not, but it certainly came back to bite him.
Well, and the problem for those 2 cars right now is they have lost the draft of that lead pack. So they're kind of in no person's land there in the middle, and there's really nothing they can do at this point without the 3 cars up front having a problem. They're basically racing for 4th place here and trying to make sure that Jay Rosenthal, who is in 6th place, doesn't catch up to make that part of the discussion. But Jay Rosenthal now is back so far, I mean, not even in the same picture frame here as they go into Sunrise for the with 6 to go here in this 4th race of the weekend, or 4th race of the day. And we're actually getting close to ending our race coverage this weekend. We're going to go for a lunch break after this, and then we're going to come back after lunch for 3 more races. They should all be good ones this afternoon, so make sure you come back with us. So there you go. As those were, I think that was Fogg and Edmondson who just came through on Sunrise. Yeah, there they are, coming through here on off-ramp.
Yeah, and you'll notice there as we're sitting there at the off-ramp, what do we not see? We don't see Jay Rosenthal, that number 55 machine. He hasn't even come into view as of yet, and there he is now. Coming through the off-ramp.
20 full seconds.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say the past couple of laps, Rosenthal's been lapping about 2 seconds off the pace of both Fogg and Edmondson. And so, yeah, we saw him, you know, early on in this race kind of sticking in the middle of that, as the bridge between the 2 groups, about 5 seconds back. He has fallen considerably off that, but no different. That second pack still about 7 seconds behind Rosenthal, and Brian now moving to the top of that pack is Sean O'Boyle. He is now running in 7th position as he's gotten around both Bielanski and Maletti. So move those 2 back to 8th and 9th. Respectively, and O'Boyle started this race in 13th position, so that's a pretty good jump, moving up 6 spots now in the 7th.
Now this is that second pack of action that we've been talking about here. I believe that is O'Boyle that we just saw come through with a little bit of a lead there in front of Maletti and
Bielanski. You're trying to turn everything into a rhyme, Brian. It doesn't have to be that way.
I know. So that's O'Boyle right there in that first car. You'll see him coming here your screen there. And then right behind him is Miletti and Bielanski, Marino, Douglas, and Burt, the next group of cars coming through there as well. So that's what that pack looks like at this moment. 4 laps to go here, coming to the closing laps. And right now it comes to the point now, there is a car. That was Boyle pushing it hard.
That was O'Boyle taken to the dust and the dirt yesterday when much more of that ground was very very moist and very, how do we put this, damp. that might have been game over for O'Boyle. Luckily it's dried up a little bit there, just off the edge of the track surface.
Greg dropping my least favorite word in the English dictionary. Looking up front, Black, Miserandino, Schrader still your race leaders. At this point in time, Greg, now it's got to be a thought process for, we got a car. Is that Boyle?
Yeah, I think that's Boyle on the inside of Sunset. And so we saw him drop the wheels on driver's right, and, we didn't see the end of it. And it looks like he may have come right across the track and into the wall there on driver's left.
Yeah, and I've seen this happen several times over the years, Greg, where you catch your right rear wheel just enough, and when you come back on the racetrack, you can clip. There's a little bit of a difference between the track surface and the dirt, and if you clip it just the right way, it spins you right towards that front wheel, or that inside wall, and you can hit that head on, and it can be a big, big problem.
Yeah, we saw that early in the season, Brian, at Sebring International.
Oh, and there's another car going off in that same situation.
Oh, yeah. Same place, except this time, thankfully, not coming across the track surface. Now, we do have a local caution there at the final corner. Let's do this, Brian. I think we've got a replay queued up here. Let's take a look and see as O'Boyle came through the final corner.
All right, here we go. Let's take a look at that. Full course yellow is out, folks, as we go to the replay. Here we see it. They're coming through now. Yep, there is O'Boyle. We saw, and this is exactly what I said. He went nose first into that front wall. I've seen that happen so many times, and it is just a big problem. Bad place to put your wheel off if you don't go. You almost have to keep it all the way off and let yourself collect it before you come back on.
And the other car that went around, Brian, that was that we saw go off driver's right, that was James Schubert in the 64 machine. As you can see now, he has gotten that car back underway. But as you mentioned, we have gone to a full course caution. I'm sure a lot of that has to do with drivers maybe over driving that final corner while we have our emergency services workers out there, or there, possibly maybe something down on the track. I'm not seeing a debris flag condition shown going into the Sunset turn. So, but currently under full course caution with 3 laps remaining. John Black, your leader. Caleb Schrader in second. Mike Miserandino. This is something we didn't catch, Brian, as Schrader got around Miserandino as well. Miserandino now back into third. Steve Fogg fourth. Robert Edmondson running in fifth.
All right, with three laps to go here as they get the field under control here behind the pace car. We're hearing the driver is okay in that incident on the front straight there. That's really good news. I don't know, though, with the time we have left in this race, whether we're going to get this thing back to a green flag before we get done here. Keeping an eye and trying to listen to... Yeah, I'm just getting the information from race control that they're planning to throw the checkered flag this time by. So just don't it's just too hard to get this thing done fast and safely to get that car out of the way so we can go back. And we're so late into the race now that it just makes sense to get this thing checkered flag to be done with it. So it looks like, barring either one of these cars not being able to continue at the pace car pace, that it's going to be the exact same finishing order up front as yesterday. John Black's going to take our checkered flag. Caleb Schrader will be second. The only difference is Mike Miserandino has enough gas in the car to get to the finish line.
And if he didn't think he had enough fuel, that safety car might have saved him, Brian.
Yep, very much so. Very much so. So
there you go. Yeah, Miserandino will finish in third with Fogg and Edmondson fourth and fifth. Jay Rosenthal should finish in sixth position, and Umberto Miletti, Mark Bielanski, Lee Douglas, Paul Marino will round out the top 10.
All right, so here they go for the final time under yellow flag race conditions.
And for any
John
of you that
Black,
I was going to say, for any of you that are confused, that 18-wheeler was not part of the field going,
yes.
Going around.
So they may take They may take the whole field
down the pit lane and let them cross the finish line and cross the timing stripe on the pit lane. We'll see here as they finish up the S's if that is what is going to be the case. I would we'll see as the emergency services teams. Actually, it looks like the emergency services teams, Brian, may have left the scene already with that Spec Racer Ford.
No, they've left the scene with the driver, but they left the car there. So what you said, Greg, exactly what they're going to happen. They're going to go through pit lane slowly. Yeah. Let them cross the line so that it becomes an official race. You see the checkered flag in there. So the timing loop goes through pit lane at the same position as it on the racetrack. So this will be the final lap here. And then they will either go right into the pits on the end of pit road, or they might come around one more time for that situation and to let them do their cool down lap. But nonetheless, this is the end of the race. Black, Schrader, Miserandino, your top three. Steve Fogg, Robert Edmondson, Jay Rosenthal, Umberto Moletti, Mark Ballingy, Lee Edwards, Paul Marino. That rounds out your top 10.
Lee Douglas, Paul Marino, yeah.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And margin of victory, Brian, very important in this case, 1.6 seconds. All right. All right, so that is going to wrap up our racing for this morning. Brian, we've got 3 more races this afternoon after lunch. As soon as we get an approximate start time, we will definitely let you know. But Brian, before we take a break, why don't we take a quick look at what we've got coming up on the Super Tour schedule this season, if hopefully Ryan can bring that up for us. There we go. Of course, we are wrapping things up today at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Next on the schedule, going to be in 3 weeks, going to be at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, as we start a short East Coast swing at Michelin Raceway, and then Virginia International Raceway, and then we start to head back across the country through right in the middle racetrack that we both love, Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. That is Hallett's like the quintessential club track, isn't it, Brian?
Well, I was telling folks here this morning who have never been there, I said that Hallett and Buttonwillow are very kind of similar facilities, club courses built basically for club racing. I know Hallett did some pro racing back in the day. I know they had Can-Am, I believe it at one point in time. But yeah, very similar vibe at Hallett that you get here at Buttonwillow.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, the gentleman who went and designed the circuit there, and that's another circuit much like Buttonwillow, is designed that can run either clockwise or counterclockwise. He was just inducted into the SCCA Hall of Fame. That's Anatoly Rudinov. And for those of you that saw the induction ceremony, that man has class. He was there. He was in his easy chair, sipping a brandy, smoking a cigar, thanking everybody for being inducted into the SCCA. Right. Absolutely loved it. And then we head west, the PIR.
The SCCA's International Man of Mystery.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, who lives halfway between Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. All right. That's going to do it for us here, folks. We're going to take our break. Keep an eye on the screen. We'll put up a graphic with the restart time. It's going to be right around 1:10 Pacific time because we're essentially on time and we have a lunch break to get caught up. So it is 1:10 Eastern time, or 1:10 Pacific time is going to be the start time. So to come back with us in a little more than an hour. We've got 3 great races ahead. We have our big bore race, we have our wings and things, and we have our STU touring group as well. All 3 of them usually put on a great show. So come back with us for that. We're going to go grab a quick bite to eat. We'll be back with you in about an hour. Stay with us, everybody. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Everybody at the racetrack has a full belly and they're ready for a nap. But we're not going to let that happen because we have 3 fantastic races to go in the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour round number 6. 3 races to go in this round. And the first one up is going to be our GT cars, GT1, GT2, GT3, and GTX, our A sedan cars, and Touring 1. I am Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here, and before we get to our starting order, let's talk about the track here. We are on track 25 clockwise. There are 50 or so configurations, 25 in each direction, clockwise and counterclockwise. This is clockwise number 25. As you can see from this particular view, there is one section we aren't using on the east side of the track near the off-ramp. We call it the A section. We are not using that today. We are also not using the section that we refer to as the bus stop. That's right above the dog leg. You can kind of see it in the background there. And then up by Star Mazda, there's a shorter cut through there we call the sweeper. So we are not using that as well. So most of the longest configuration is what we have here this weekend. 2.92 miles, 21 turns, 4.7 kilometers for you folks above the border and off to the east. And now we can get to our starting lineups. Gregg Ginsberg is with me, as almost always. Gregg, take it away.
Almost always. Yeah, and Brian, hopefully, I know you said that everybody at the track is nice and full after a great lunch and ready to take a nap. Hopefully, those of you watching at home won't take the suggestion. Actually, so long as you keep the stream open, we're good.
That's right. I don't really care if you watch. Just keep the stream going.
And you know, if your hand just happens to fall onto that thumbs up button, by the way, go ahead and give us a thumbs up if you like what you're seeing today. We'd really appreciate it. And if you haven't already subscribed to the Sports Car Club of America's official YouTube channel, please go ahead and subscribe as well. That way you can find out every single time we go live or every time the SCCA posts a new video. All right, so let's take a look at the starting order for our big bore race here. Race number 5 of 7 this afternoon, Brian. 23 drivers scheduled to start. Only 22 of them, or probably only 21 of them set qualifying times this week that they are ready to go. Wayne Graham scheduled to start 23rd. He's in the number 6 GT3 Mazda RX-7. He is out of Irvine, California. Michael Heitzman is starting 22nd today, or scheduled to start 22nd. He's driving the number 77 GT3 Mazda Miata. Norm Benson, he should be starting 21st on the field today. He's in the number 48 American Sedan Ford Mustang, with Patrick Lynn driving a GT2 BMW M3. That's the number 37 car. He starts 20th. Vitek Harvey scheduled to start 19th today. He's in the number 47 American Sedan Ford Mustang. He's from Danville, California. Matt Latucci starting 18th. He's in the number 30 American Sedan Ford Mustang. Then we've got Christopher Qualls. Christopher is also driving an American Sedan Mustang. He's from Los Angeles, and he drives the number 73 car, starting 17th. Starting 16th, Robert Kelly's driving the number 188 GT2 Dodge Viper, with Scott Graham starting 15th. He's in the number 9 GT2 Mazda RX-7. Then we've got our American Sedan pole sitter. He starts 14th overall. He's in the number 1 Ford Mustang. It's Roger Eagleton, with Tony Rivera, and we'll have to see if Tony gets that car back together. Did not bring the car out for yesterday's race. Tony is scheduled to drive the 09 GT3 Mazda RX-3. Starting 12th, driving the number 8 Touring 1 Ford Mustang S550. It's Don Van Nortwick. He's our sole Touring 1 driver here this afternoon. Mike Henderson starting 11th. He's in the number 21 GT2 Chevy Camaro. Then we've got Taz Harvey, that's Vitek's father, starting 10th today. He's in the number 88 TCR Honda Civic Type R. That's a GT3 machine with Wolfgang make. Starting 9th, he's in the number 15 GT3 Toyota Paseo. Michael Lewis, our GT3 pole sitter, starts 8th today. He's in the number 72 Mazda RX-7. Ole Thordarson starting 7th today. He's in the number 122 GT2 Chevy Corvette. Also driving a Corvette in GT2 today is Glenn McCready. That's the number 4 car. He starts 6th. Kyle Kelly will start 5th today. He's in the number 98 GT2 Porsche 911 Cup car, with Sean Wheeler starting 4th. Sean is driving the 07 GT2 Chevy Corvette. Then we've got Jonathan Greco. He's scheduled to start third on the inside of row number 2. He's in the number 18 GT2 BMW M3. And your GT2 pole sitter today, Tristan Littlehale. He's driving the 08 BMW M3. He's going to start on the outside of row number 1, right next to our pole sitter. That's Robert Yallen. He is in the GTX Ligier Lump 3 LMP3 with a qualifying time of 143.920.
There's your Mazda Motorsports starting grid here for race number 5. Here are our cars heading down to Sunset. They'll be coming onto the main straightaway, looking straight down at the start stand, and then we will find out if, in fact, we get ourselves a start here, and we will see whether or not the starter likes what they see. The answer is yes. The green flag is in the air, and here we go. Robert Yellen jumping out as quick as possible to get out in front going into turn 1. Doesn't want any of that schmozzle behind him. And it looks like he will be able to get through there no problem. And look at all of those cars. 10 GT2 cars here today. A big GT2 field for this Super Tour race.
All right, and once again, one of our Chevy Corvettes poking down to the inside, and I believe that was the I believe the 07 of Sean Wheeler, trying to take advantage of some cars early on as drivers are trying to get some heat in their tires. The start of yesterday's race, Brian, Tristan Littlehale was able to get around Yallen to start this race. It takes a couple laps for that LMP3 machine to get enough heat in the tires to overcome the torque from its V8 Nissan motor there. But today, Robert Yallen goes out to an early lead. Of course, his race ended a little early yesterday as he spent some time in the sand and dirt on the outside of the Star Mazda turn, giving the overall win yesterday. I believe the overall win went to Tristan Littlehale, with Jonathan Greco finishing second overall, Kyle Kelly finishing third, all GT2 cars.
Yeah, big GT2 field. The first 6 cars yesterday were all GT2 cars. As we get through our first racing lap here, Robert Yellen is on the point. Tristan Littlehale second. A lot of yesterday's race looked like this. We'll see if it continues to be the case. But look at how big of a lead that LMP3 Ligier has already opened up over the second place car. Keep in mind, folks, different classes, so they're not racing against each other at all. But I will tell you, when this car comes past us here on the start-finish line, it sounds absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, it is a glorious, glorious sound. I think of Nissan motors as truck motors, but the V8 in that Ligier definitely has a very nice growl.
Robert, see me after the race. I'll give you Gregg's phone number.
Yeah, sorry. All right, so crossing the line as we complete lap number 1, it's Yellen. Then we've got Littlehale, Greco, Kyle Kelly, then Sean Wheeler in that green and black Corvette, and Kelly is in the Porsche 911 Cup car just ahead, that white 911. Then we've got Glenn McCready, and then Michael Lewis, our GT3 leader. He's in the bright blue second gen Mazda RX-7 today, running in again GT3 with Wolfgang Make very, very close behind. If we look a little bit further back in the field, and this, for a while, Brian, was actually turning out to be a fairly close battle in American Sedan between Roger Eagleton, who was our eventual winner, and Christopher Qualls, who finished second in class. They did end up with Scott Graham's GT2 machine sitting right between them, but I think there was still only about 3 seconds separating them at the line there.
And we have a new track record, 147.730 by Robert Yellen. That is a track record for GTX. The previous track record, a 148.7. So he blasts that track record out by over a second, Gregg.
All right, and I'm sorry, and you said the time that he put in was a 147.730. Actually, Brian, we're not quite to the track record yet because he turned in a 146.37 during yesterday's race. So,
okay.
Yellen's still got to get a little bit of heat in that machine, and still a lot of time for him to beat that record. Should mention, though, Yellen's qualifying time, a 143.920, and a lot of that in GTX, which is a class that has been in SCCA road racing for, I believe this is the 5th year for it now, Brian. Typically, we are seeing homologated FIA GT cars typically not prototype cars, although I ran down the list yesterday. There are 11 different types of cars that can be running in this class. For example, at NOLA Motorsports Park last week, the entire GTX field, FIA GT4 McLaren 570Ss.
All right, so I was a lap premature with my new track record call. The 146.085 that he ran on second lap, Robert Yellen, is a new track record, faster than yesterday.
Yes.
So I've been wanting. So I was a little early, you know. Sorry, I was excited.
All right, let's jump back a little bit further in the field right now. Brian, we're taking a look, coming over Cotton Corners. We've got Taz Harvey, who is currently running third in GT3 in his Honda Civic Type R. And actually, let's poke a little bit further ahead. There is Wolfgang Make in his, I believe, just ahead of Taz Harvey, and he is in that Toyota Paseo, the white Paseo, with the red bottom to it. And so good fight going on right now for second in GT3 as Michael Lewis has really separated himself out from those folks there. But oh wow, as they come down over Phil Hill, Harvey for a moment, he was skirting with the grass over there, driver's right, Brian, and managed to hold on. But that gave Make a little bit of an advantage there going into Star Mazda.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be going through there side by side.
No, probably not.
Not necessarily recommended. So, but nonetheless, we've got that Toyota there in front at the moment as he goes and slides through the S's there, heading down towards Sunset. And that Paseo is a really kind of cool race car, that Wolfgang Make car. And a purpose-built GT2 car, I believe. GT3 car, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and Brian, I was wondering, and not concerned, but I was wondering if we were going to see Tony Rivera come out for today's races. He was not on the grid for yesterday's. He is. He's right back behind that fight in an absolutely gorgeous little car. It is the third car in line right here. That is the Mazda RX-3. Used to belong to longtime SCCA road racer John Bauckham up in the Portland area. Tony continues to run Bauckham's number on the car, the 09, and that car has been an SCCA where big flames coming out the side pipe there on the overrun, something that you're going to see quite often in rotary engine machines. As many of those cars, it looks like they were getting around the GT2 Chevy Camaro that we had there. That was Mike Henderson, who drops a couple of positions now as he falls back through that group. There he is now, just ahead of the Black Mustang.
Yeah, he went off at the exit off-ramp, and a lot of dust out there. So once you get that schmutz all over your wheels there, your tires, it takes a couple of corners to get the tires cleaned off before you can really get back into it. And that gave most of that pack the opportunity to drive right around him. I suspect that Mustang, or that Camaro, will get back up to speed here pretty quickly and then start trying to make its way back around that full pack of cars. Yalin is still your leader here at this moment with a 146.2 was his last lap. Fast lap was under the track record of a 146.085. He's on another hot fire lap now. I don't think it's going to be quite as quick, but it's still a really good lap that he's putting down. Tristan Littlehale's in second, first place in GT2, followed by Jonathan Greco, Kyle Kelly, Sean Wheeler, Glenn McCready, and then your first place car in GT3 is Michael Lewis in the 72 car. Long time, multiple national championship driver from out here on the West Coast.
Yeah, and Brian, this is that we've been watching, I think probably the closest battle that we have for a podium position. Again, this for second place in GT3 as Wolfgang Make now opens up an advantage and a big change here as Tony Rivera gets around Taz Harvey. So move Rivera up into the final podium paying position in GT3, move Taz Harvey and that TCR Honda Civic Type R now back into fourth position. As we'll see here is Don Van Nortwick, our sole T1 driver. He's coming up onto the back of this group here. If he manages to get around that Civic, that could make things very, very difficult for Harvey to catch back up.
We're watching that Paseo come through us and at us right now. That is that car right in front. That is Wolfgang Make. That's the second place car in GT3 with Tony Rivera right behind him, Taz Harvey right behind him. So that's second, third, and fourth is what we're watching right there in GT3. Then you've got the T1 car of Don Van Nortwick in the Mustang with the blue stripe or the black stripe down the middle, the dark stripe down the middle. But there we go. Tony Rivera is able to get around the Paseo there, coming out of Phil Hill, and now the Honda's coming around him too. I'm wondering if there's a problem with that Paseo, Greg, because a couple of cars moving right past.
Yeah, well, I don't think that Make got a real good entry going into Phil Hill, and we saw Rivera take advantage of it. Now, should mention that our GT3 leader, Michael Lewis, we don't see him in any of these shots. He is almost 20 seconds up the road from this battle for second. He has removed himself from that conversation. Michael Lewis, multi-time national champion here, and things starting to spread out just a little bit there.
That's Michael Lewis.
That's Michael Lewis in the number 32.
70 should be the 72 car this
72
weekend.
Today, yeah. Different car, not the light blue, a little bit darker in color. Looks like a black, Mazda RX-7 there. Of course, all those cars, with the exception of the Civic Type R, well, to some extent, the RX-3, usually in these GT classes now, silhouette bodies, tube frames. I believe that there's not much remaining of the 09 car that is production based, although the outer body shell, which I believe is still a metal shell, might be what's left of it. You know, interesting. We talk about this class. Tiger Tom Patton, who drives a GT2 Sunbeam Tiger on the Super Tour out of Ohio, he was asked a couple of years ago, because you look at his car and it looks, other than the fact that it's got extremely wide rear fenders and a big giant wing on a mid-60s Ford-powered British car, you ask him how much of that car is still production based, and he says none of it. All right, Brian, big fight there for position in GT3.
Yeah, GT3 is changing really rapidly, going back all the way now to 5th place in GT3 as Wolfgang Make in the Paseo. All of those cars that were behind him are now in front of him, so it's now Rivera, Taz Harvey, the GT3 second and third place car. Even the T1 car of Don Van Nortwick has come through, and the GT2 car of Scott Graham. All those cars making it past the Paseo at this point in time. So something has changed there for that car at the moment, and we're trying to keep an eye on that as we get going here. No change up at the front. Yalin, Littlehale, Greco, and Kelly, your top 4 in this race, and they're just doing their thing here. Now here we're back to that second place car in GT3. That is the Mazda RX-3 of Tony Rivera, followed by the Honda TCR of Taz Harvey. That's the Paseo. They're falling back, and then the car right behind the Paseo, Roger Eagleton. That's an A sedan car that's catching up to that GT3 car. Yeah,
that's Eagleton looking for his second win in a row today in American Sedan. We'll see him a little bit later today, likely in our touring car race to wrap up the afternoon. He's doing double duty both in American Sedan and Touring 2, as I think a couple other drivers are as well. We saw VTEC Harvey run in that race yesterday as well. Right now, that American Sedan race, though, Brian, much like yesterday, Eagleton, he's got the measure of the field. He's got a 15-second advantage now as they are starting to work lap number 7. And it's another, and that's back to Chris Qualls running second. Another 20-plus seconds back to Matt Latucci. So very spread out here in American Sedan.
Front of the field now starting to work its way through lapped traffic, and you just saw Kyle Kelly had to jump out real quick to get around whichever car he was lapping there on the front straightaway. He's got the GT3 Cup Corvette in this field, and he was able to pull out and get around right in the best spot possible on the straightaway. And now you see more cars coming down here, down off of Phil Hill.
Yeah, and that was the Dodge Viper coming down, was the trailing car in that group. That was Robert Kelly in the number 188 machine, and behind, trying to pick up, he's behind one of our, actually I think he was right back behind Wolfgang Make for a second there. And I'll tell you, I'm not sure if the Viper just dropped a wheel coming down Phil Hill, or he might have a small issue with something, one of those 10 cylinders smoking on him. But That car looked maybe a little bit off the pace coming down the hill, although I imagine that car probably a pretty big handful here at Buttonwillow. Big chassis to move around.
There was Christopher Qualls right through our screen there. He is your second place car in a sedan, and then right behind him is the GT2 car of Patrick Lynn. And that was the Porsche I was talking about just earlier of Kyle Kelly coming through. Too many Mustangs to keep my head in front of here. I just see them all, and
all right, there is the Dodge Viper now, I believe, the lead car in that group. And yes, every one of our American stand cars is a Mustang today. Brian, in addition to that, we've got, of course, our sole T1 racer today, Dan Van Ortwijk, pardon me, in an S550. Oddly enough, no GT3 cars no GT3 drivers in a Mustang today, or GT2 drivers today. A little surprise there. Speaking of which, I saw, speaking of GT2 Mustang drivers, Barry Bowes put in a real good run in the TA2 race yesterday in Sebring. I think he won the Masters division, and running flag to flag Connor Zillage. First weekend behind the wheel with a new team car, and he took the win as well. That was yesterday. Haven't seen any results from today, however.
11 car. The 21 car of Mike Henderson is in the pits with a folded splitter. It went off somewhere in the early laps of this race, and he has called it a day, it looks like.
Yeah, Henderson in the... Well, Henderson was in that GT2, actually the TA2 Chevy Camaro, and Brian, we saw that he had gone off on the off-ramp. That's when we saw a lot of our GT3 machines make their way around him. So obviously that issue big enough for him that he decided it wasn't worth keeping the car out for another 8 laps.
Exactly. All right, we're at the halfway point in this race, Greg. Let's do a call to grid, and then we will take our break, and then we'll come back and get everybody to the checkered flag. Stay with us. Attention to the paddock. Wings and things to the grid. FX, FA, FC, FE2, and then our prototypes, P1 and P2. You should be making your way to the grid for your race.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for Podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Good news if you are a bow tie fan. Mike Henderson came into the pits, used the Polish torque wrench on that splitter, and either repaired it or tore it off. And he's back in the fight now. 4 laps down, but he'll get some time in here. If he gets enough laps in, he'll still be considered a finisher, which is important if you're trying to get your races in to go to the runoffs. It's a combination of finishing points and needing to have complete enough weekends and races. Oh, and there is what looks like a very, very slow Camaro, a Mustang there.
No, I believe that is the Touring 1 Ford Mustang.
Yeah.
Brian of Van Noordwijk, who is coming pretty close to a stop there.
We got a little hill to help him out, but he's not going to get far if he is dead stick.
And Ryan,
there's
here's
2
the
cars
fight
coming up.
Yeah,
Wow.
this is the and this is the battle right now, Brian. And good thing that nothing happened. This is the battle for 3rd in GT2. So Kyle Kelly in the Porsche 911 Cup car, Sean Wheeler in that black and green Chevy Corvette, as they went side by side right alongside that Van Noordwijk car, that definitely disabled machine, and taking advantage when he could, moving now into 3rd in GT2. Sean Wheeler getting around the 98 machine. We'll see if that Porsche has anything for him.
That was a lot closer than it might have looked on camera, folks, because that car was just slowed to nothing, and then they came through there side by side. But what a great job everybody to get around that. And here we go, picking this whole thing up again right here, coming off of Phil Hill. There is the Corvette, followed by that Porsche.
And they're coming up on the Paseo of Makey, who does seem, again, a little bit off the pace, but Wheeler's opened up a good gap now back to Kelly here as they come through the S's. Don't know if maybe, it really looked like Kelly was just caught unawares. Now, Wheeler had been trailing that Porsche by about 4 car lengths for the last 3 laps, and saw his chance there. But now the Porsche coming out of the final corner, coming out of Sunset and going into Sunrise, he just doesn't seem to have good acceleration off the corners. And you see there even the GT3 machine of Make, the little Paseo, able to continue to gap the Porsche here as they come into the off-ramp in I-5.
Yeah, the Porsche just caught that Paseo in the wrong spot to be able to make the move. I'm pretty certain that the Porsche will get around him here on the I-5, and before they get to Cotton Corners, there is Wheeler in. No, I'm surprised that the Porsche was not able to get around that Paseo there.
Well, Brian, there's a local caution at the flag stand right at the exit of the off-ramp.
Good point.
And I don't see where the Van Noordwijk car is, but you can see that local caution still out there. He wasn't going to be able to make the pass, and that really has opened things up now for Sean Wheeler, who's opened up maybe as they come into view here, almost a 30 car length advantage, maybe a little bit more over Kyle Kelly, as Kelly just now gets around the Make car.
Attention to the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Formula X, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P1 and P2. Group 6 cars to the grid. Lots of little action, but not a ton of action as far as class position action going on right now as far as close battles. Lots of guys going around, lots of guys right now, but it's lap traffic and slower traffic and some weird stuff going on too.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the what appear to be battles on track right now, Brian. And you see the starter holding out the blue flag are some of our faster cars going to put drivers a lap down here. So I think some of the closest things that I see on track right now, believe it or not, are between some GT2 and American sedan machines here, and not so much. You know, we might want to move back up though. We were watching that battle in GT2, probably GT3, and I think we're just watching it now coming over the top of Phil Hill. We just saw it a second ago. The battle for second in GT3, Tony Rivera in the Mazda RX-3, Taz Harvey in the Civic Type R, and there is an out-of-class car that's sitting between the two of them currently. Here's Rivera, who's in the second car, and then the Rivera car is about 10 car lengths back ahead of those two Corvettes. And again, that is for position, that is for second in GT3.
And there is, oh, I thought that was Rivera for a second, but then I lost it. Here comes Tony Rivera right there in that RX-3. And then we've got, there's that out-of-class car you were talking about. Actually, it looks like two.
The next car in line, that is the Civic Type R. That is,
got it.
That's Taz Harvey. And then I believe a different class car is the third one in line. That is actually the Corvette who we were following earlier, Sean Wheeler.
Correct. And then there's that lonely little Viper out there. That is the Viper of Robert Kelly. He's out of Huntington Beach, California, just a little bit south of here. Yeah, a good bit south of here. He's out there as the lone Viper. We had Scotty B. White on the show during NOLA, and he was talking about how hard it is to get parts for the Viper now. So we will hope that Robert Kelly doesn't need those parts after today.
Low production, 25-year-old cars, not easy to find parts for. As an owner of a high production 25 or 30-year-old race car, I can kind of commiserate, although I would expect that the prices for anything Viper related are a heck of a lot more than fourth-gen Hondas.
Yeah, that yellow flag is still there, which makes me think just out of our view of that camera is where that Mustang is from earlier, and it'll probably just hang there with the with that yellow flag out for the rest of the race. They'll get it cleaned up afterwards. We've got 3 laps to go here, and Robert Yallen, still your race leader, not running away from Tristan Littlehale as much as yesterday. Maybe he's trying to learn a lesson that if you don't push too much too early, you'll keep the car together until the end.
Brian, Brian, I've just seen through one of our other cameras, not the camera view that we're looking at right now, over heading in the Cotton Corners, one of our emergency services teams has moved over driver's right.
There you go.
And so I think they're probably trying, and yep, well, there you see the head.
We see a head of an emergency service worker.
And unfortunately, our cameraman there at Cotton Corners has some back issues, so he's not able to tilt the camera down to see them working on getting the Van Noordwijk car hooked up. But that's the reason for the local caution still, and looks like, yeah, as you mentioned, probably going to be there until the end of the race. All right, let's jump back over, Brian, and we haven't talked much about our Soul GTX machine, Robert Yallen, and I'm afraid to jinx things for the second time today, because we were talking about him during yesterday's race, and he ended up putting the car about 50 feet deep into the sand and dirt over at Star Mazda, which is where he ended his race after leading by about a minute and a half over the rest of the field.
He looks good at the moment, though, with 2 laps to go. Shouldn't have any issues as long as he can keep it between the white lines here. Although he only has a 3-second lead over second place Tristan Littlehale. The good news for both of those cars is that they're not racing each other for class. So there's no reason for Yallen to push because he's also the only GTX car out here today. There's also really no reason for Littlehale to push because he has a 26-second lead over the second place car of Jonathan Greco. So both of them should be kind of in coasted home mode right now.
You would think, but Little Hale, perhaps he's looking to break his existing track record, Brian. And the existing track record, which he set here just about a month ago during the majors that were held here in January, same weekend as we had our first stop on the Super Tour at Sebring. He turned in a 146.397. And his fast lap time today at a 146.401, he is 4 1,000ths of a second off of breaking, 5 1,000ths of a second from breaking that existing track record.
We've got the white flag in the air. Robert Yallen's got about 2.6 miles before he'll take a checkered flag if all goes well for him today. It'll be his first of the weekend if it all works out. Right behind him is Tristan Littlehale in the 2.2 seconds back last time across the line. And I don't think he'll try to make a pass here, but it depends. It's possible that Yallen's just slowing down to get to the finish line here. I have no idea what's going on because it does seem like the gap's getting closer.
It does. And Brian, by the way, that local caution that we had over at the off-ramp, it has been withdrawn. So full course for this last lap for our drivers is now clean and green.
Right now it's Yallen, Littlehale, Greco, Wheeler, and Kelly. That's your top 5 right now. The 4 of those cars are all GT2 cars, and none of them are really close enough to each other at the moment to be battling for position. Here is Yallen going through the exit to Phil Hill for the final time. About 5 corners to go before the checkered flag will be in the air here. There is Yallen going through the Star Mazda turns for the final time for the weekend here. Right behind him is Littlehale. Now you will see them go through the S's, and they will be heading down towards the final time through Sunset. You'll see him come into your view just a second from now. It should be right about there. There he is, Mr. Yallen. He will go to the checkered flag for the first time this weekend. Congratulations to Robert Yallen. Tristan Littlehale will win GT2 for the second time this weekend, and that is the way it's going to finish up here.
Yeah, indeed. And Brian, we saw that Yallen definitely did drop the pace back, both he and Littlehale crossing the line in a low 1:49 minute or 1 minute 49 second range, about 3 seconds off of what they had been running even the lap before. Coming across the line, finishing second in GT2. Now coming out of the final corner, didn't want to say anything before it was over. Jonathan Greco, driver of number 18 of BMW M3. So he will take second in GT2. Sean Wheeler in the Chevy Corvette now crossing the line. He'll take the last step on the podium in class.
All right.
All right, let's take a look at our other classes as they are starting to filter across. And we did just see Kyle Kelly finishing 4th in GT2. Then with Glenn McCready in his Corvette finishing in 5th. Crossing the line, taking the win in American Sedan will be Roger Eagleton, with Chris Qualls finishing 2nd. They've already crossed the line there. Matt Latucci finishing in 3rd. And we just saw the rest of our GT3 podium complete their race. Michael Lewis was your winner, 43-second advantage over Tony Rivera, who finishes in 2nd in his Mazda, and then Taz Harvey in his Honda will come home in 3rd. Wolfgang Make will finish in 4th.
That's going to do it for race group number 5. We've got 2 more races to go on the day. The next one coming up here in just a few minutes. We are going to take a chance to take a break. When we come back, we'll have that race for you.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
And welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park after an extended break there. Thank you all for being with us here for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm not Brian, I'm Greg. I'm 5G's, Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, we've got 2 races left on track now for their pace lap. Race number 6. This is our second open wheel group of the day. Our formula and prototype cars. We had 19 drivers overall set qualifying times. We're going to have a split start again today with our prototype cars taking the green flag first, and then the formula cars, you'll notice they're quite a bit further behind right now. They will come second. But let's run down the 11 cars starting in our formula cars. Starting 11th, driving the number 9 Formula Continental Van Diemen, we've got Gary Peterson. Gabriel Kahn, we saw his brother Ayrton a little bit earlier today. Gabriel is starting 10th today. He's driving the number 11 Formula Continental Van Diemen. Greg Labate is our sole Formula Atlantic driver today. He starts 9th. He is in the number 35 Pro Formula Mazda with Tom Burke starting 8th. He's driving the number 45 FE2. Then we've got Jerry Dutch Schultz. He's in the number 84 Formula Continental Van Diemen with Blake Pigeon starting 6th. He's in the 109 FE2. Troy Shooter will start 5th. He's in the number 87 Formula Continental Van Diemen.
Hey, Greg, I'm going to interrupt you just for a second. We've got a car, I don't know which one, a prototype car dead here at the exit of Cotton Corner. So I'm sure they'll get someone out there to help them out. Greg, continue with your grid. I just want to point that out real quick.
All right, sounds good, and we'll see if that goes and might keep us for another pace lap here. John Yateman and all the 4 remaining cars in this group, all in FE2. John Yateman's going to start 4th. He's in the number 22 car with Paul Marino starting 3rd. He's in the 44. Tom Hope in the 18 car starts 2nd in our Formula Car group with Caleb Schrader. We saw him earlier today in FE2. Probably in Spec Racer Ford. Today he's in FE2. He's in the number 99 car, had a qualifying time of 142.267. Now let's move over to the prototypes, where Chris Vian is scheduled to start 8th. He's in the number 49 Elan DP02. It's a prototype 1 car with John Manfroy in a store. He is starting 7th. That's the 08. Then we've got Tim Day Jr. He's our sole prototype 2 driver today. He is in a store WF1. That's the number 8 car with Rod Rice starting 5th. He's in the number 31 Mazda Elan DP02. Then we've got Aaron Bailey starting 4th, and Aaron is in a prototype 1 store. That's the number 15 machine. He will start next to Matthew Romer, who starts on the inside of row number 2 and 3rd. He's in the number 29 Elan DP02, and our front row both in Elan DP02s. We've got Jim Davenport starting 2nd. He's in the number 23 machine. He's out of Alamo, California. And your pole sitter for the prototypes, driving the number 62 machine from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, with a qualifying time of 133.133, Chip Romer. And Brian, we'll see here. We think that the safety car is going to stay out on track for another lap.
It is. I just got the word from race control if they're going to go at least 1 more lap full course yellow. So the race will be officially beginning when they cross the stripe here, but they will stay under the control of the pace car for this lap. And then once all of these prototypes come past us, the start finish line, then we'll know which one's not not running, and we'll figure out which one is the one off there over there in at Cotton Corners, or the exit of Cotton Corners.
All right, let's take a look, and it appears to be
Aaron Bailey.
Aaron Bailey in the number 15 machine.
I believe that was our 2nd place car yesterday too. Let me pull that up.
Yeah, yesterday's race, actually, well, it was at the front of the field in P1. It was Romer, Davenport, and Romer. Bailey actually had issues yesterday, only completed 5 laps. And looks like they've gotten him back underway. So hopefully we'll be going back to green flag racing today, but he finished 18th and was our last running car, I believe, but he was 11 laps down.
All right, so they've either got the car underway or they have pulled it to safety, but the pace car is planning to turn the lights out this time by, and if all goes well, we will get a green flag here in just a second. This race is going to be 17 laps, not 35 laps. I think I just scared the entire
Thanks,
pit
man.
lane. 17 laps or 35 minutes. They'll still try to get this thing in on laps. We've got plenty of time on the schedule today. So, and then there'll be a worker break after this, and then we'll get our final race of the day underway here.
All right, and let's take a look. I think we have a couple drivers that did not. Well, we know about Bailey, who hasn't crossed the stripe to start lap number 1. Greg Labate in his Formula Atlantic Pro Formula Mazda did not make the call to grid, so he will not start today's race.
Then we've got a P2 car way at the end, Tim Day. He might have just decided to be at the back here.
Yeah.
And start from the back of this pack because I don't think he should.
Well, Tim Day was originally scheduled to start 6th.
Okay.
And so, yeah, we are seeing where I believe Manfroy and Vion are ahead of him on track.
Is it possible that was Tim Day that was stopped and Aaron Bailey never came out because he broke yesterday?
That is quite possible, yeah, because we're now showing, as you mentioned, Tim Day all the way at the very back of the field. Might add that he's got a pretty good pace lap going on right now. He's got fastest sector 1, 2, and 3 times as he was trying to catch the field. That he was running a good 15 seconds faster in each sector than all the cars ahead. But yeah, I think you're right. I think that was Tim Day Jr. actually that went around as Bailey. Again, we're showing Bailey as not even having crossed the start-finish line on the outlap.
Now, he is not allowed to retake his position there, even though I think they got him started before the pace car got to him. So he is going to have to start from behind that second pack, which is going to be a huge disadvantage for him. Exactly, I was 7th. For those of you who don't know, there's an awesome video about a guy who lined up in the wrong spot and was trying to get the his grid workers to let him go in the right spot. You got to YouTube it.
Yeah, YouTube. I was 7th. Kenny Zollner in, I believe, 2000 back at Virginia International Raceway his rookie year. All right, green flag is in the air, and Brian, we are underway now with 16 laps remaining.
Oh, big spin going into the first corner.
Spin and lockup, and I believe that may have been Jim Davenport going around. Davenport had gotten a real good jump, had gotten past Chip Romer, and believe that was problematic. We'll know and hear it in just a moment as our Formula cars get the green flag, primarily FE2 machines. We've got Caleb Schrader and Tom Hope on the front row with Marino and Yateman on the second row as they now straighten out. And for the second race in a row, looks like Caleb Schrader has opened up a pretty substantial lead here on the opening. Now in FE2 yesterday, Caleb Schrader finished 7th overall, took the win in FE2.
Here comes your prototype field through the Riverside turn for the first time. That does look to be Chip Romer, going through there first. That would make me believe that you are right, that it was Jim Davenport who did that big lockup and went off going into the first corner. Now you've got one car going off just with 1 or 2 wheels on the right-hand side of the track coming off of Phil Hill, kicking up a little dust, but he was able to continue as we get ready to come down here towards this first turn. Now the second pack you're going to see, there is Caleb Schrader going through Riverside all by himself. Look at the gap already, Greg.
Yeah, already Schrader now, and again, he did this yesterday. He put in a pretty big hero lap on the opening lap, did not wait for those tires to come up to temperature like a lot of the other drivers may have done, and now we can see here as they come down into Phil Hill, where we've got Marino and Yateman and Pigeon. They're already on the back foot, almost 15 car lengths behind our leader coming out of Star Mazda.
So, Greg, it's Chip Romer who's falling down through the order right now, which means that was him that went off in turn 6. And it was Matthew Romer now in second. Jim Davenport's in first. Ron Manfroy moves up to third. It looks like it's possible that Romer was able to maybe get going before the FE2 field got back through. No, he is still falling down through the field.
Yeah, exactly. He is now falling to the back of the pack. It looks like he has gotten that car back underway. The local caution has been removed over at the Sunrise turn that all of our Formula cars are going through. But yeah, he has lost a lot of ground, a lot of time. You know, it might end up being I was going to say it'd be a good run between him and Tim Day Jr. in the P2 car, as they both had to go and make their way through the rest of the field. Should mention Tim Day Jr. now up to 12th overall, having gotten around Shooter and Kahn, Schultz, Peterson. There in our Formula Car field, and that was at the line, and I think he's already put a couple more cars down as that group now is making their way over through the dogleg and heading into Riverside. Let's see, is there a prototype car right in the middle of that bunch?
Yes, there is. Right in second to last place, there's Chip Romer.
Yeah.
Just made the first pass around the back marker of the Formula cars, and then about halfway through that Formula car field, they're too fast to see us going by now, you're going to see the other. That's Tim J. Jr. like in third or fourth place right there, coming down off of Phil Hill right now. We'll catch him on the next camera. You'll see Tim J. Jr. right there. And then now you'll see Chip Romer right there. So
both of them on recovery drives now. Tim Day, he is our sole P2 driver out there, so you know this is good sport for him. And we've got a local caution, Brian, now over at the Sunrise Bend, and we also have one, I believe, down at the off ramp where we see our leaders coming through now. So we'll try and pick up and see if they're. See if we can find out exactly what car may be off over there now.
Yeah, I don't see, whichever car is off there right now does not have a Flagtronics unit, so.
Yeah, and we've got looks like some emergency services teams standing up right now. We saw them come into view there at the end of the pit lane. They'll be heading out in just a moment. And I think that the car is somewhere just out of our view over here. Now, why we have the local caution at 16, and actually the whole track now, Brian, has gone back to green flag. So whichever car had gone off, and we'll track to see if another car has fallen back. It might have been Rod. Well, I was going to say I'm showing Rod Rice now is being lapped down in the number 33 Prototype 1 Elan. It might be a bit challenging for our Prototype 1 cars here today, or all of our Prototype cars.
13 laps in, we're back to full course green action. Davenport, Romer, Manfroy, and Vian are your top four cars, all in P1. Your race leader right now in FE2, Caleb Schrader, followed by Paul Marino and Tom Hope. Timothy Day makes his way all the way back up to 8th place after having a problem on the pace lap. And we're also keeping an eye on Chip Romer, who spun on the opening lap going into the first corner. He's trying to make his way back up towards the front. He is currently in 12th place overall.
All right, and I mentioned about Rod Rice dropping to the bottom of the field in the number 33 Elan. I have not seen him cross over into Sector 2. Actually, there we go, getting some updates. He gets the car into Sector 2, so he is back up and running, but quite a bit further back there at the very rear of the field. All right, running second in FE2 with Tim Day and Chip Romer directly ahead of him. Paul Marino in the number 44 machine, then Tom Hope, then John Yateman. Now Marino in qualifying, Brian, had put in a 143.462. That was about 2/10 off of where Tom Hope and Caleb Schrader qualified at. So, a little challenge there. But Marino, good for him. He's gotten around Tom Hope here and moved into second position. And when they crossed the start-finish line, they were pretty much bottled up right behind Chip Romer. Romer had gotten them out of the Sunset Bend. We'll try and pick up that battle for second in FE2 here momentarily.
So there are those two prototypes. They've got one more Formula car to get around, and that is Caleb Schrader. Once they dispatch Caleb Schrader, here's the problem, Greg. There was a split start, so there's still another 20 seconds of open track just to get to the back of the prototypes between Chris Vian, who's in 4th place, and Caleb Schrader right now. It's 15 seconds last time at the line.
Hey, Ryan, can we go back, actually stay on this shot here, because coming into the S's now, I believe this is that battle for second in FE2, and it is actually 4 different cars. It's Paul Marino, Tom Hope, John Yateman, and Blake Pigeon. He's trailing a little bit further behind. He's there. He's the trailing car, about 10 car lengths back from this field. Now starting to open things up just a little bit is Paul Marino. But you know, as the prototype cars of Day and Romer, they've cleared Caleb Schrader as well. But Schrader now, we talked about that hero lap to open up this race, Brian. He's now got almost a 6.5 second advantage on the rest of the FE2 field. There's Schrader. They're following those 2 prototype cars. And look at this side by side going through cotton corners. The 2 recovery drivers, Tim Day Jr. and Chip Romer, battling for position. And those prototype cars look awfully wide going through cotton corners together.
Well, and the interesting part is they're not in the same class, so there's no reason for them to battle. They just need to get after it, put their heads down, and try to get to the front of the field here. And they just need to actually almost work together, because that's going to help them if they can at all possibly do it. Although Chip Romer should be a good bit faster than Tim Day. All
right, Brian, I think we've got an announcement to make here in the paddock. If you could run the tones.
I can.
Go ahead, Brian.
You can do it. Go for it.
Attention in the paddock. Joe Carr, driver of the E-Production Mazda Miata. Please see the race director in impound. Bring your video card with you. Joe Carr, driver of the E-Production Mazda Miata. Please see the race director in impound. Please bring your video card with you.
And we're back to the race action. Looking at the run up front, Jim Davenport, he is 8 seconds clear of second place, Matt Romer. John Manfroy is back all the way, oh gosh, what is that, 21 seconds, 20 seconds? A ways back in third place in P1, so no real battles at all up front there. Still, the biggest battle, as you were saying, Greg, is that battle for second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth in FE2 with Marino, Hope, Yeatman, and Pigeon. That is the best action here on the racetrack right now. And I will also say that it's another 25 seconds back from, another 8 seconds back from Chip Romer to be able to get into and past the fourth place position in P1.
Yeah, and we're watching now as they're coming in the cotton corners. That is Paul Marino, the lead car that just went over the top of cotton corners in the number 44 machine. He has started to stretch things out here on Tom Hope. About, I don't know what, about 5, actually I put it about 8 or 9 car lengths now between he and Tom Hope. And Hope's got a lot to worry about directly behind him, because he's got John Yateman in that number 22 machine about 2 car lengths back. Challenging, does not pick up a lot of ground in the draft coming through Riverside, but look at that as they bend in for Phil Hill. Yateman picks up maybe a car length to a car length and a half. He's only now about 5 feet off the gearbox of the number 18 machine as they head into Star Mazda. And you know, another thing to note here, also originally part of this shot, Brian, Caleb Schrader, last time by, a little bit off the pace of these 4 cars trailing him. And the gap now has fallen to about 4.5 seconds. As Schrader was running in the low 46s, almost 2 seconds off of his previous pace. However, as he crosses the start-finish line, he found whatever time he lost. He puts in a 144, 173, just sets his fastest lap of the race.
And I believe we just had a pass for fourth place overall in FE2. I believe Tom Hope just got around John Yeatman. So it's now Schrader, Marino, Hope, and Yeatman. We also have a spinner.
Off at turn 1, Brian.
Yeah, we got a spinner off there on turn 1. I'm trying to figure out which one that might be.
Well, I'll tell you in a moment here.
Well,
and it is, I believe it is Tom Burt in the number 45 machine that went around. He was running at the tail end of the FE2 field, running, I believe, 6th overall. And he doesn't lose that many positions, but he is now running 15th overall.
All right, Chip Romer is now 2 seconds away from getting himself into 4th place overall. He was 2 seconds back from Chris Vian last time by, and it won't be long, it doesn't appear, before Romer will be able to get past Vian. He's going 4 seconds a lap faster. So So I would guess that on this lap, he'll be able to get around him. He will move into 4th place here.
All right, Brian, we talked earlier about Rod Rice in his prototype 1 Elan DPO2. He had gone around over by Sunrise. He manages to limp the car back to the pits. Looks like his race is now done. And let's take a look, Brian, at this run into Phil Hill. All right,
we'll come back to that replay in just a second.
All right, I think we've got that replay queued up now, Brian. Let's take a look. This is... All right, we'll get back to it in a second. There we go.
That's the tail end of it. We understand there may have been some contact which caused that spin. So we will, here it comes, here it goes, there it is. And I don't know if there was contact. I think he just overcooked it.
Yeah, it looked like the nose of the car might have gotten a little light there, Brian, as he was coming up on the car behind, and could not get it woed down, and looks like the car just understeered right off the track there, didn't spin until he got in the dirt. Also, it appears that Dutch Schultz in the 84 machine, he is now running a lap, showing is running a lap down. I have not seen him complete the lap that he was on, however, and we'll know here in a moment, but I think Dutch Schultz might have retired the car. We'll keep an eye on him.
All right, there's a couple of prototypes. I believe that is Chip Romer going around Chris Vian. Actually, that may have happened a little bit earlier in the lap here. Oh, now I see a big spinner or a big amount of smoke coming out of Riverside right now, off in the distance there. Looks like a car might have completely gone around and then started to continue.
Well, you can see the smoke. Can't see the car. We'll try and get a handle on that. And yeah, indeed, Dutch Schultz, I believe his race is done. That was the 84 Formula Continental, as he still has not crossed the line. And Dutch was our winner in Continental yesterday, taking the win over Trey Shooter and Gabriel Kahn. Today just doesn't seem to be his day, however.
Right. All right, we're at halfway here, and so we'll take our break, and when we come back, we'll have all the action to the finish line. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for Podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
We are back at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, beautiful Kern County, California, and absolutely spectacular weather here for the round 6 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski here with Gregg Ginsberg. Ryan Bauer is pressing the buttons. Brendan Kazmarek is the guy working the cameras for us, and it has been a great day of racing here. 6 laps to go in our second to last race of the day. These are our formula cars and our winged formula cars and our prototypes, Greg. And what do we got?
All right, I'm trying to catch up now. We've got Chip Romer, I think, just crossed the start-finish line here. Actually, well, we'll see if Romer crosses the line. Yeah, he does. We had a car that had gone around during the break over at the Star Mazda turn and has recovered. I think that was the Romer machine. What I have been tracking... go ahead, Brian.
Okay, has it crossed the line? Because I'm seeing him drop through the order here.
That's what I'm checking. I believe it has, and what I've been tracking are the cars right behind them. That is Tom Hope and Blake Pigeon. That is now the battle for third in FE2. They continue to be separated only by a couple car lengths here, as John Yateman had dropped back and had fallen off the pace a little bit. We'll see if we can pick them up, and I don't think that's them. I believe that's a Continental and an FE2 machine. I'll try and track down where they are on track. Yep, there they are, right there, coming out of Dogleg, going into Riverside now. And again, this is the 18 of Hope, who we saw a little bit earlier in that battle. Oh, well, and that race may be done now, as I think that's Blake Pigeon in the FE2 machine, the number 109 machine that spins the car coming down the hill over at Phil Hill. And Brian, I think that's very similar to what we saw in our first 2 races today, in both Spec Miata and also in GT Light, or probably not GT Light, in... what was it? Actually, yeah, I think it was GT Light machine that had gone around there as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering how wet and muddy that particular section is here. With these low-slung cars, it's very possible that it's sunk down there and it is going to be stuck, because you can see way off in the distance, just beyond, you can actually see a pond out there of standing water. That pond is not typically there. It is because we've had so much rain over the last 3 or 4 weeks. But a lot of moisture and a lot of mud around the racetrack right now, so he could be just kind of stuck there at the moment. That could be really problematic.
Yeah, and so Brian, we were wondering a few moments ago about Chip Romer. I am continuing to see him drop down through the order, and indeed, I think there is a problem with the 62 machine, as many of our FE2 and Formula Continental machines are starting lap number 13. Romer has not completed lap number 12, and we're now showing him as being down 14th overall. We'll try and get word if he brought that car back to the pits or not. Let's take a look at that, what happened there once again, and wow.
Ooh, splashdown.
That's right. And a big difference with this one, though, Brian, in those 2 early races, we saw the drivers drop off the edge of the track surface, drivers left. The rear end of that machine was coming around right as he crested the top of the hill, as if he might have let off the throttle possibly and had a little lift-off oversteer there.
Yeah, he did not go off with those left wheels, so he had lost it long before he got to that part of the racetrack. Yeah. So very interesting to see that situation as it developed there.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Gabe Fairbach was saying that he thinks that it was Yateman and not Blake Pigeon, and I think he is correct there, as Pigeon is now showing as running 4th in FE2. Again, Tom Hope running 3rd, Marino 2nd, and Schrader continues to lead.
So that car was able to free itself from the surly bonds of that piece of the racetrack, and it has moved on. My only question now is, how much mud did it track onto the racetrack when it returned to the racing surface? So We've got only about 3 laps to go here, and Jim Davenport still handily in the lead here, 12.1 seconds ahead of Matthew Romer, who is about an eternity and then some ahead of John Manfroy in 3rd place in P1. It is going to be over a minute, I believe, at this point in time when they cross the line the next time. But it's a big, big lead. And then Tim Day Jr. has worked his way up into 4th overall. He is 1st in P2. A minute and 11 seconds between 2nd place P1 and 3rd place P1. So a nice lead for Matt Romer. He's definitely had a better day than Dad, who's had 2 spins so far today, and Chip Romer is now down into 15th. I think he's probably parked off the end of Star Mazda, so that's my suspicion in that situation there. Two laps to go right now. It'll be last lap next time. Next time Jim Davenport crosses the line in that Elan DP02 Mazda. He has had a relatively easy run today. Same for Matt Romer. Same can be said for Caleb Schrader in the FE2 leader. He is out of Tigard, Oregon. He has had a relatively easy day right now. He is, I would say, 10, 15 seconds ahead of 2nd place Paul Marino.
Yeah, and just coming across the line, Brian, and moving into Sunrise, the battle for 3rd between Tom Hope and Blake Pigeon, battle for 3rd in FE2. And I think that's them actually right now going into the off-ramp. Tom Hope, just when he needed to find that extra little bit of time, opens up about 2/10 on Blake Pigeon here as the clock is winding down. But Pigeon has made his way slowly through this field, and he's still in line possibly for a podium if he can put some pressure on the number 44 machine.
That is certainly the case. A 10.2-second lead for Schrader over Marino. So he's also in good shape right now. The white flag is in the air.
Yeah, Jim Davenport starting his last lap. Davenport just resetting fast lap at a 1:35.782 as he now has a little bit less than 2.9 miles remaining.
I'm sure that Jim Davenport is thinking to himself right now, but he's not taking it easy by any stretch. You said he dropped his last lap, but he's got to be thinking to himself, why can't they be all this easy, Greg?
Either that, or he's thinking, please God, don't let Ginsberg say anything about my last lap and ruin it, as he's done so many times already today.
Too good. So it's Davenport, Romer.
I love when I get in people's heads like that.
Yeah, Davenport, Romer, and Manfroy are your top 3 in P1. Then you've got Tim Day is your leader in P2. He's the only P2 car. Then we've got Schrader, Marino, Hope, and Pigeon. That's your top 4 in FE2. Troy Shooter is your leader in Formula Continental, followed by Kahn and Peterson. Gabriel Kahn in 2nd place. I believe this is his first weekend in this Van Diemen that he's driving in the Formula Continental car, the 11 car. He is out of Santa Fe, New Mexico. Gary Peterson is in 2nd place in another Van Diemen. So that's how they stack up in FC right now. Here comes your checkered flag. It's in the air. Jim Davenport is your race winner in race number 6. Matt Romer crossing the line in 2nd place.
I think that was one of our. Formula cars a lap down. We should be seeing Romer now.
There he is.
There he is, coming out of Sunset and onto the front straight. So the number 29 machine crosses the stripe 29 seconds in arrears of our winner, Romanport John Manfroy, and I believe that was another car a lap down. We'll see Manfroy here in just a moment coming across the line in the 08 prototype. I believe this is him now coming out of Sunset.
That might be a back marker because Manfroy was 1 minute and 11 seconds back at one point in time. And I'm guessing that's even a bigger gap at this point.
If I could turn back time, Brian.
Ah, there you go. There you go.
I give it all to you. But
I don't think much is going to change here on the order, Greg. Let's give the unofficial finishing order.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's run down the order here. All right. In Prototype 1, your overall winner, Jim Davenport with Matt Romer finishing second. John Manfroy finishing in third. Chris Vian finishes just off the podium in fourth. Chip Romer, 4 laps down. Probably 5 laps down in fifth. Rod Rice only completes 2 laps. In Prototype 2, Tim Day Jr., our sole driver in the class. He, of course, takes the win in class, and he works his way from the very back of the pack, Brian, all the way up to fourth. Then in FE2, Caleb Schrader, your winner by 11 seconds over Paul Marino, with Tom Hope taking the bronze. Blake Pigeon finishes in fourth. John Yateman will finish in fifth. And then in Formula Continental, Troy Shooter, your winner, with Gabe Cotton finishing second. Gary Peterson, third. Yesterday's winner, Dutch Schultz, finishes 11 laps down.
So that's going to do it for race group number 6. We've got 1 race left to go here for the weekend, and then we will be wrapping it up for the third weekend, 6th round of the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour. The good news is we are ahead of schedule, so that means we actually have a bit of a break here.
Oh, no.
Our next race is going to start at 3 p.m. Pacific time. So get a chance to give yourself a refresh on the beverage and maybe make a run to the little race fans room and then come back with us in about 25 minutes. We got our final race of the day underway. So stay with us, folks. We'll be back. You're looking live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the final race of round 6 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me again, Greg. And we have got one more to go. 17 laps of action left here at Buttonwillow.
All right, we'll run down the starting order, but first I wanted to welcome Mr. and Miss Hammer, who apparently are watching the races from a dinghy in the Pacific Ocean right now, Brian. So
nice.
Want to thank them for joining us. All right, let's run down the starting order. We had 25 drivers in this combined group for Super Touring and Touring, and we'll start off here with starting 25th. Driving the number 16 Touring 4 Mazda Miata, Kayla Etherington. Jack McEachern is starting 24th. He's in the number 21 STL Acura Integra. Tony Karatsus is starting 23rd. He's in the number 36 Touring 4 Scion FRS. Christina Etherington in the number 96 Touring 4 Mazda Miata starts 22nd, with Philip Clark starting 21st. Philip is driving the number 33 T4 Subaru BRZ. Patrick Drinkwine in the number 6 STL Mazda Miata starts 20th, with Dale Schumacher starting 19th in the number 52 STU Mazda MX-5. Then we've got Lynn Griffiths. Lynn is driving the number 31 Touring 3 Porsche Boxster. She starts 18th, with Izzy Sanchez, your T4 winner yesterday, starting 17th. He's in the number 70 78 Toyota FRS. Then we've got Michael Newmeyer. He starts 16th. He's in the number 72 STL Mazda MX-5. Michael Travers starting 15th in the number 132 STL Mazda MX-5. Also in a Mazda MX-5 and racing in STL, Adrian Comstock. It's the 15 car starting 14th. Ryan Gutiel. Also in an MX-5 machine starting 13th in the number 116 STL car with Wesley Molno starting 12th today in the number 11 STL Mazda MX-5. Matt Latucci is in his Touring 2 Ford Mustang. He's going to start 11th today in the number 30 car with Carl Young starting 10th, in the number 23 STL Honda Civic. Then we've got Vitek Harvey driving the number 47 T2 Ford Mustang starting 9th with Ross Murray in the 74 T2 Ford Mustang starting 8th. Tazio Otis, he loves us. He is starting 7th. He's in the STU Honda Civic with Wilson Powell starting 6th in the number 77 STU BMW M3. Ollie Thordarson starting 5th today. He's driving the number 122 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette with Roger Eagleton, your Touring 2 pole sitter. He starts 4th today in the number 1 Ford Mustang. And then we've got Sean Lovett starting 3rd. He's in the number 37 STU BMW with Matt Hoover. Assuming he got that car repaired, he will be starting on the outside of the front row in the number 98 STU Mazda MX-5. And Rylan Hazelton, your winner yesterday in STU, starting on the pole with a qualifying time of 155.561 in his Honda S2000.
All right, here we go, getting ready to come down for the green flag here for the final time this weekend. As they come down towards the start-finish line, we will see whether or not, and the starter does like the start or the way they were bunched up here. The green flag has come out here for this race. Rylan Hazelton had a big day yesterday, looking for the same today.
And as they go down into the sunrise turn, Hazelton for the second day in a row jumps to an early lead. Mark Hoover did bring, thought he brought the Mazda Miata out. I thought I saw it there on the front row, but we've got two BMWs directly behind. We've got Sean Lovett and Wilson Powell. Powell in STU in the number 77 machine, and then sitting in 4th position, that is Mark Hoover in the Hoover Speed Mazda Miata there with the big wing on the rear as he loses a couple positions to those BMWs. We've got, looks like Tazio Otis, Ross Murray as well in the Ford Mustang. I did get to talk to Ryan Hazelton yesterday, Brian, and he did remind me, as he's reminded me, I think for the past 3 years, not forced induction, that Honda S2000 naturally aspirated 2-liter, probably 2.2 liter F22C under the hood of that Honda.
Got a couple of Miatas side by side heading into Riverside. Let's see if they are still side by side coming out of Riverside. Now they've decided that being smart is a little bit of a good idea at this point in time. Really early in this race, no need for any side by side shenanigans. And they have now come single file as they head down to the Hawk Performance braking zone here.
All right, Brian, and we have a number of drivers that did not take the green flag today. Some of them we kind of expected, and we talked about this earlier in the weekend. They were in STL, primarily using it as additional track time for the Spec MX-5 class. Ollie Thordarson in his Chevy Corvette, that's the T2 122 machine. Vitek Harvey in his T2 Ford Mustang. Carl Young, Wesley Molno, Adrian Comstock, Michael Travers, and all in their Mazda MX-5s in STL. Lynn Griffiths in her Porsche Boxster. Kayla Etherington, who I think had some mechanical issues during yesterday's race, in her Touring 4 Mazda Miata. And Jack McEachern in his STL Acura Integra. All not taking the green flag today.
Yeah, Kayla Etherington's, the motor in that Miata went kaplooey big time about halfway through our race yesterday, so I was not surprised to not see that car back out here for today. There's your race leader, Rylan Hazelton there. Starting to open up a little bit of a gap. He was 1.5 seconds at the line. Looks like it's a little bit bigger at this moment. And everyone obviously setting personal bests here on the first lap because it's the first lap. But Hazelton now looking out. We're going to guess 3 seconds. That's the guess of our director. We'll see how good Ryan's eyes are, if they have deceived him or if they have not. or he might just be sitting there at home with the stopwatch and clicking it off to really make himself look smart.
That's right.
Maybe he's just trying to make him look smart.
Yeah, he's going back to SCCA timing and scoring in the late 80s and
That's
90s,
right.
doing everything here. He's got a line with about 30 stopwatches that he's using right now. Should mention Roger Eagleton moving up into 4th position, gets around Wilson Powell. Roger Eagleton, our T2 winner yesterday, looking for the 4-peat today. Brian, as he took the T2 win yesterday, also won American Sedan in that very same car, both yesterday and today. So it would be a nice sweep for the weekend for him if the Burlingame, California driver can take the win.
Yeah, I heard they were getting a U-Haul truck just to take home all the hardware from the weekend, because they're not going to be able to fit it in the trailer if he wins this one. So Eagleton in first place right now in T2.
Yeah, there is, and look at this coming through the final quarter there through sunset. That was Tazio Otis in his Honda Civic. That's an STU car. He went side by side with Ross Murray in his Ford Mustang. Ross is in T3, but early on, as these drivers are trying to jockey in class. Now, Ross is your T3 leader. Don't know if he necessarily want to get mixed up, or probably he's not your T3 leader. Your T3 leader is now Sean Lovett, running 2nd overall, but I don't know if Ross Murray necessarily wanted to get mixed up with that STU car, as currently Tazio is running 4th in STU.
Taking a look at a couple of cars just a little bit behind Tazio, Ryan Gutierrez and Michael Newmeyer are really close together. 2 Miatas here. Gutierrez from Madera, California, and Newmeyer from San Mateo, California. You'll see them coming through right there at the top of the hill. The blue car and the red car are the ones we're talking about here. And they are a close battle there in STL. That is for the lead in STL. Right now, Gutierrez first. Newmeyer is in 2nd. And they're a little bit ahead of Patrick Drinkwine, another STL car, in 3rd place, but he's back about another 10, 12 seconds.
Yeah, and indeed, Brian, we talked about a bunch of the SMX drivers that did not take the green flag for this final race. Ryan Gutierrez, as well as Michael Newmeyer, they are drivers that indeed raced in the very first race of the day. They've had an entire day to stew and think about how they're going to attack the track here for this final race. And a good battle shaping up now in STL.
15 to go here as we watch this battle going through. Greg, we name a associate producer of the weekend every Super Tour this year.
We do.
And you have done a fantastic job of identifying our lead candidate this weekend.
Yes.
Who might that be?
Oh, it's me. No,
it's not you.
No, it's RGL Motorsports, Russ Lundberg. Hopefully he is still there or still in the chat watching, and if not, get a hold of me. Russ, you know how to get a hold of me over Discord. If not, I can reach out to you, and we'll make sure to get you your prize shortly.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, look at that big contact there. That was Mark Hoover with, I believe one of the BMWs. I think that was Wilson Powell in the 77 car as they got together. And that knocks Wilson Powell now back to 5th overall as he falls back behind Roger Eagleton. Actually 4th overall now behind Eagleton, who is running in 3rd.
Right there, those 2 cars, the red car, the blue car, those are our STL 1st and 2nd place cars. The 1st place car, that's Ryan Gutierrez. The 2nd place car is Michael Newmeyer. They're the best battle at the moment on the track for position in our different classes here. And they have been that way right since the green flag has fallen in this race. They have been right there with each other, providing some of the best action so far in this particular session that we've got going on.
Yeah, and I believe we've got our T4 leader, Izzy Sanchez, directly behind them, just kind of using the draft there, trying to take advantage. Let me double check that as they come through. Yep, I believe that is the case with the wing on the rear. That is indeed Izzy there in his Toyota, the number 78 machine, as they come over the crest of Phil Hill. Izzy not looking to get in the middle of that. And look at this, side by side coming out of Phil Hill. Gutiel making a move around the outside. Actually, I take that back. I think that the lead car in that group was Izzy Sanchez in the FRS, and he had actually gotten around both of those MX-5s. Gutiel now using Sanchez as a pick, sticks him between he and the car behind he and Neumeier in the 72. All right, big change here at the front of the field now, as well as we're getting word that Sean Lovett in the number 37 STU BMW E46, he gets around Mark Hoover. So that BMW now is in second position, move Hoover back into third.
Right now in STL, it's Gutiel, Neumeier, Drink Wine. There are your three cars in STL. 3 seconds between Gutiel and Neumeier at the moment. Hazelton out front now, stretching it out to a 6-second lead over Sean Lovett, with Mark Hoover down about another second back. So close battle, a decent battle for the second place in STU, but Rylan Hazelton stretching it out again, much like he did yesterday.
All right, so I was going to say, let's watch now coming into the S's. That is the battle for second between Lovett and Hoover. And of course, this is for position classes. The BMW starting to open up a bit of a gap. And and Brian, I had said earlier when we saw the two cars bouncing off of one another at Star Mazda, I said that it might have been Hoover and Wilson Powell. Indeed, it was Sean Lovett. That was the battle for second overall and second in class that we saw a couple laps ago. As we got a little bit of argy-bargy over there in the Star Mazda, but for the time being now, the BMW opening up a bit of a gap to the smaller Mazda. The Mazda has, as you can imagine, incredibly good handling, very well balanced. Also has the big rear wing there in order to help it in some of the higher speed sweepers, like Riverside. But that BMW incredibly strong on the brakes, and more importantly, lots of torque to be able to get out of some of the slower corners.
Race Control is asking the corners to take a look at the 72 car, Michael Neumeier, for some potential damage on that car. So what the corners will do is they will look at that car to determine whether or not the issue is something that could become a danger to the other cars. If it's not, they'll let him continue to circulate. If it is, they'll show him a beep ball flag and ask him to come in and have it tended to. Yep, there it is. That's the second car that you take a close look on some of our camera angles. You can actually see that there's something dragging at the butt of the car.
Yeah, as if it maybe as the muffler has dropped down, or or the tailpipe essentially.
Right.
I don't believe in STL that you need to run a full mufflered exhaust. We do have a Buttonwillow here, typically 103 decibel sound limit, but if you run that pipe all the way out the back, and you can definitely see it in that shot there. It looks like part of the exhaust track is hanging down. Yeah.
Hazelton is in first now, 7 seconds ahead of Sean Lovett. Sean Lovett is now still real tight battle with Mark Hoover, the BMW and the Mazda MX-5, second and third place in STU. Roger Eagleton cruising toward a potential 4th win of the weekend there in 4th place in his Ford Mustang up there from Burlingame, California. And that is how it stands right up at the top. T3 leader right now is Ross Murray in his Mustang from Marina Del Rey. So that is where they stand with that. Izzy Sanchez is your T4 race leader right now. And that's how all of our races are playing out.
Oh, big block
up
there.
Yeah.
And that was, I think that was Wilson Powell, who was trailing the Mustang of Roger Eagleton. From looking at that fight right there. Powell in the number 77 BMW, currently running 5th overall. And wow, and he dragged those brakes for quite some time there into the corner. And And let's see here as we jump back to second and third overall, the battle for second in STU, and I'm looking to see if Hoover's maybe making up a little ground. That on the last lap, Brian, Sean Lovett 0.9 of a second faster than the Miata. Now we know that Hoover had some issues during yesterday's race, and I'll tell you, in previous years when I have seen this car, it has been, and I'll tell you, I said yesterday about Rylan Hazelton's S2000 being somewhat fragile at times. The Hoover speed machine, in the many years that I've seen it, it has issues with heat soak. It for short races certainly very strong, but for some of the longer races you will see it start to lose pace over the length of the race as things underneath that hood start to get very, very hot. But we'll have to see there. The way Lovett came through the Sunrise Bend, he's going to have to keep the car underneath him. He went bouncing through that corner.
Yeah, this is a camera angle I've not seen here before, and it is actually pretty spectacular because that looks pretty smooth from 300 yards away in the tower, but when you get nice up close there, they are rocking and rolling through that sunset corner. Here is what I'm talking to here. Watch, you can see the bumps. Well, he drove around the bumps. That one don't count, but if you actually hit the apex there properly, you are going to see all of the rocking and rolling that they're doing here, and of course, not a single one of them. Right. So, anyway, there you have it. Here comes another car through that section. There you go. You see a little bump there. It's not as pronounced in this particular group as I've seen it in other groups. So, but anyway, Hazelton now up 6 seconds. So actually, it seems like Sean Lovett's closing the gap a little bit on Rylan Hazelton.
Yeah, just a little bit that last time by. Well, on the last lap, Hazelton eked out another 0.2 of a second, but he has been closing things down. Here we see as Hazelton comes out of Phil Hill with the BMW of Lovett, not so close behind, but it does appear to be closing things down just a little bit with 10 laps remaining. All right, let's jump over right now to this battle. This is the battle for third in Touring 4, Brian. This is going to be Philip Clark and Tony Karatsus, both of them in twins. We've got the Subaru BRZ of Clark, who just ran his fastest lap of the race here just a moment ago, and Tony Karatsus. Now, although Clark ran his fastest lap of the race, it was a 2:10. Karatsus was a 2/10 faster off the last circuit of Buttonwillow, and we'll see if he can tighten things up here as they've both lost the scent of Christina Etherington, who's almost 17 seconds up the road from him. Then you can see there the Miata of Etherington going through the dogleg. So we've got the blue BRZ and those iconic blue Subaru colors, and then the red FRS pretty close behind.
Sorry, Greg, I was pausing for a second. Someone asked if Rylan has just laid down a new track record. His fast lap right now, a 1:56.6, and the track record that was on our sheet going into the weekend was a 1:56.8, and I'm looking to see what he ran yesterday.
He ran a 1:55.561 yesterday, resetting the track record, so we haven't gotten there quite yet.
Well, so I see, according to what I saw yesterday, is his fast lap yesterday was a 1:57.1.
Yep, let me verify that. Actually, I'm looking at his qualifying times.
Right, so
correct.
So I think
yes, 1:57.172 was his fastest lap from yesterday. So indeed, new track record set in STU. That was a track record that he had held previously.
That's right. So good eye, Patrick Lipsinick. I appreciate the heads up from our associate producers in the chat. And that is a fantastic lap here. Track record.
I'm almost willing to take that prize away from Russ Lundberg and give it to Patrick Lipsinick.
No, we've already given it. Now you're going to make me come up with 2 prizes, Greg.
No, I'm not gonna do that. And Patrick actually mentioned the issues with that car with I think another driver behind the wheel at Indianapolis a couple of years ago. So, like I said, and I've known Rylan for so many years. He's such a strong driver. And He's been driving S2000 chassis in one form or another since 1999, almost 25 years.
Russ says he's going to put Associate Producer of the Weekend in his resume. I love that. That is fantastic. All right, so now Rylan Hazelton opening it up now again after letting it come just a little bit closer together. Now the gap 7.3 seconds between first and second. And Sean Lovett also opening up his gap over Mark Hervu at 1:15.885. Let's look at some of the other classes out there right now. Looking at STL, Ryan Gutiel is your race leader. He's got a 21-second lead over Patrick Drinkwine. Going down to T2, Roger Eagleton. He has a significant lead over Matt Latucci in T2. Scrolling down to T3, our only car right there is Ross Murray in the Mustang, so he is your race leader there. T4, Izzy Sanchez, last time by had a 25-second lead over Philip Clark, and then Tony Kiritusis is right there as well. And that's how they stand right now at the halfway point. Let's do this, Greg. Let's take our final break of the weekend, and when we come back, we'll have probably about 6 laps left to get to the checkered flag. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our Trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone Trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information. And welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park for our last race of the day, round number 6 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, and we have been watching this battle for second in Touring 4 between Philip Clark and Tony Kiritusis. Our overall leader, Rylan Hazelton, just gets the pass done on both of them going into Cotton Corners. But Brian, it has been sticking fairly consistently at about 2 to 3 car lengths between these two very similarly prepped cars. Although one's a Subaru, one's a Toyota, they're basically
same chassis with very little difference in setup. And the one thing that I've noticed is that in a couple different places, Karatsus has had some challenges at Cotton Corners the last couple of laps. And also, as we watch them come down over Phil Hill, we may see where Karatsus maybe has a little bit more trouble than Philip Clark going into the Star Mazda turn. Does not seem to get a good drive off the corner there, and it definitely hurts him in the overall.
And other than this battle that we're watching, which we're going to keep with for a bit, there really aren't very many battles going on at the moment. A lot have settled into the finish mode, I believe, right now, coming up on 5 laps to go in this race. A lot of folks think they've probably got what they've got, but this battle here is pretty good. We've got working out.
Yeah, indeed. And so we see Clark open up a little bit more of an advantage. They're going to have to be looking in the mirrors, though. That is Roger Eagleton, who's your Touring 2 leader. He is coming through directly behind them, only a couple car lengths back. He may get them by the end of the front straight here by the time they get down to the Sunrise turn, or certainly by the off-ramp. And you can see there as our starters, they're holding up that blue flag there for our 2 T4 drivers to let them know there's some faster moving vehicles coming up very closely behind. But Karatsus closes up some ground there coming through Sunrise.
Yeah, as they close ground here, we get to 5 laps to go. Good news for Eagleton is that he's got a good gap back to second place, so he can take his time. He can pick and choose where he wants to get around these cars in front of him and not worry about his race too much, and also not worry about trying to interrupt the race as these cars start to work through here.
Yeah, just ahead of Eagleton, we see the BMW now of Sean Lovett, who's running second overall, second in STU, has to slot in between the 2 Touring 4 cars as they come over the top of Cotton Corners, and he now makes his way past that blue Subaru BRZ that we have of Philip Clark.
Now a 9.3 second lead at the front between Hazelton and Lovett, and then Hoover is all the way back as we just saw that car there. Actually, we didn't see that car because it's 24 seconds back from Sean Lovett. So.
Yeah, quite a bit further back, and again, I think that gap's going to probably expand now between. And we had seen Lovett maybe making a little bit of ground up on Hazelton a little bit earlier, as Hazelton might have been kind of in maintenance mode, trying to get to the checkered flag here. But Lovett, as he got tied up in that Touring 4 traffic on the first quarter of the course, I think we're going to see that he ends up with a much slower lap time this time around. And wow, as we see one of our lapped cars letting Lovett through as well. That Mazda Miata, it looked like he almost slid the car right off the course at the Star Mazda turn, gets it back underway, but a lot of tire smoke in the air there.
Well, one of the things that we're running into now, which we haven't had much of throughout the weekend because we've had a lot of damp just off track, is now we're starting to get some dust kicked up. And as we get late in our events, typically here at Buttonwillow, the track does get a little dusty. And if you get offline at all, it's a little bit slick, and it also can look kind of impressive because it's, you get a little dust popping up there even without putting the wheel off in certain areas. As long as if you're way far enough offline in those certain areas.
All right, so Karatsus now falls over 2 seconds in arrears of Philip Clark and the battle for second in Touring 4. He had been as close as 0.2, and so he has now lost a lot of ground as again, some of our faster cars are starting to put those 2 Touring 4 machines a lap down. If we take a look at the rest of the field, of course, we've mentioned here in STU, it's Hazelton, Lovett, and Hoover. And Hoover, we mentioned that he sometimes loses some pace towards the end of the race. He is currently running almost 4 seconds off of his fastest lap time, which he set on lap number 2. He is now almost 15 seconds back from second place runner Sean Lovett in his BMW. Then Hoover third, Wilson Powell fourth in STL. Ryan Gutiel now with over a half-minute advantage, Ryan, on Patrick Drinkwine with Michael Newmeyer a little bit further back. And actually, Newmeyer retired his number 72 car early, so it is just a 2-car race in STL. And at this point, with a half-minute gap, not much of a race there. In Touring 3, you've mentioned Ross Murray, our sole driver in the class, and he is currently running 6th overall. And then in touring for Sanchez now, who just completed lap number 13 to start lap number 14. We'll see when the drivers get to the line, but he's also got a pretty substantial advantage on Clark and Karatsus, the battle that we've been watching.
As we get to our final laps here of the race weekend, I want to thank all the associate producers in the chat. It's great to have you here. It's always more fun when you're here with us. If you like what you're seeing, hit the like button, subscribe if you have not subscribed, click the bell so you know we're on next. And of course, we will be coming up here a little bit later in the month, or actually it'll be next month, I believe is the next one. We'll get the whole schedule up here when we're done with the races here. So we'll look at that right after the checkered flag falls. But I want to thank everybody for that. I also want to thank all of the workers here, the volunteers at Cal Club who are out putting out the races this weekend. We appreciate all that you do to help us go racing. Also a big thank you to the national staff who comes out for the races. Scotty Dobler's out here from National this weekend, helping us as he is every weekend for the Super Tour. And also want to give a little thanks out, Greg, to Dan Dennehy Rodriguez. He was a big part of getting this Super Tour live coverage on the air when we first started doing this last year. He has some big plans for his future moving on from his position at the SCCA. I want to thank him for everything he's done to help us get the stream to where it is today, and of course wish him the best of luck with his future endeavors. And I think there's some family building going on in his family.
I was going to say,
I'm so excited for.
Some of it's personal, and really glad to see everything that's going to be happening in the Dennehy Rodriguez household in the next few months. Here, so it looks like we had a driver run a little bit wide coming out of Phil Hill, and I believe that is the driver that we were just now watching come through Star Mazda. Left the trail. We'll call him. I think we shall call him not Hogpen, but Pigpen. Brian, wrong track. I believe that was Sean Lovett running a little bit wide through the exit of Phil Hill.
Wow, look at this bunch of race cars all trying to negotiate the Star Mazda turn at the same time. You gotta maybe get some rent for some extra space that they're taking up there.
That's right. At the tail end of that pack is Tazio Otis in his Honda Civic. We've got Ross Murray, Wilson Powell in that group as well as there, and a couple lap cars as well, as they're all getting bottled up in the final corners there. Actually, Mark Hoover, I think, is the lead car in that group, and indeed he was. And we see Roger Eagleton step to the inside. He was trying to put some of those cars a lap down as well. And Roger Eagleton now, Brian, has moved up within about 2 car lengths of Mark Hoover. Again, not a battle in class. It's a battle for overall position as we see them coming through the off-ramp and continuing. I was talking again about Mark Hoover, where this car seems to lose pace towards the end of a race. And when I checked in a little while ago, he was running in the low 202s. He's now running in the low 203s. And I think some of that probably had to do with all the traffic that he was in. But again, this is something that we see quite often with this car. Small car, not a lot of room under the hood for everything that he has packed in there. And it definitely affects the car in the long run.
All right, next time by, Ryland Hazelton should get the white flag here. And that is going to bring us to the close of another great weekend out here on the Hoosier Tire SCCA Racing Super Tour here. And it has come to a great conclusion. Some really great racing this weekend, Greg.
Yeah, it has. And I was going to say, Brian, let's not give it all away. We got a great package coming up, I think, after this race ends here that director Ryan has been putting together. But yeah, it's, of course, I look back and I have to compare this weekend and how it has gone off so well compared to a year ago here, where by no fault of our own or the volunteers that put on these events, actually the volunteers did such an amazing job last year to reconfigure the track layout and to deal with the torrential rains that we had here at Buttonwillow, but things have just run so smoothly this weekend, which means I'm gonna jinx it here as we're now working very last lap as Ryland Hazelton has taken the white flag, 2.92 miles remaining. But again, I want to thank the great folks, our hosts here with Cal Club, that have once again put on a wonderful event that has just run very, very smoothly.
Well, even though we're on the last lap, this group of cars is not taking it easy as we go. Big brake lock up going into the off-ramp there. Trying to get everything out of the car that they can for this final lap, but now we've got a little gap that's opened up there.
Yeah, and that what we were watching there was Mark Hoover and Roger Eagleton running 3rd, 4th, and Wilson Powell running in 5th position in his STUW. We should mention that Powell, who's running the 3rd car in that group, you know, it's going to be tough, but if he could get up to Mark Hoover in that Mazda Miata, the first car that we just saw come through the frame, that's the battle for the last step on the podium in STU. And I'm sure he was hoping that Roger Eagleton can kind of pull him along as they were all bottled up just a lap ago coming down the front straight. But it looks like Hoover's been able to eke out just enough of a gap as they've only got now about 4 corners left to go.
We are looking at the start-finish line because we are expecting our leader, Rylan Hazelton, to come and take the checkered flag for the 2nd time this weekend. He will be your race winner in STU and overall in race number 7.
All right, and now coming, we're going to see coming across the line, there is the BMW of Sean Lovett. He'll finish 2nd overall, 2nd in STU, and now we'll see, is it Mark Hoover? Is he going to be the next car to the line, or does Roger Eagleton or Wilson Powell have a last-moment move? Next car out of the final corner, it is Mark Hoover. He's going to finish. He is going to finish in 3rd, and 3rd in STU. He holds off Roger Eagleton's Ford Mustang. The difference at the line there between the two, 0.6 of a second. Congratulations to Mark Hoover. Roger Eagleton will take the win in Touring 2. Wilson Powell will finish just off the podium in STU. He finishes 4th in class. Ross Murray in his Ford Mustang. We're still waiting for him to come across the line, and I think that doesn't look like a Mustang to me.
Nope, that was not a Mustang. I don't know what it was, but I can tell you it wasn't a Mustang.
It was. I think it was a Scion FRS.
I think it was too. Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. Here is.
I believe here is the Mustang you're looking for.
Yeah, indeed. There's the Mustang of Ross Murray. He will take the win in Touring 3, and we'll continue to run down the field here. All right. So in Touring 2. Roger Eagleton will take the win. Matt Latucci in his Ford Mustang. We should see him come across the line here momentarily in the number 30 machine. I think that may be him right now coming down the front straight. Indeed it is. Eagleton's margin of victory just over a minute. In Super Touring Light, Ryan Guttil takes the win over Patrick Drinkwine. Ryan Newmeyer retired after 5 laps. In Touring 3, Ross Murray, our sole driver on track. And then in Touring 4, Izzy Sanchez takes the win over Philip Clark. Tony Karatsus, who had been so close there with a couple laps to go, he'll finish 3rd, 9 seconds back from Clark. Christina Etherington will round out the 4 cars competing in that class. And then finally in STU, Hazelton, Lovett, Hoover, Wilson Powell, Tazio Otis, and Dale Schumacher.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule coming up here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We've got now 3 weekends, 6 rounds in the books. We've got still, what would that be, 7 weekends ahead. Up next, March 8th through the 10th is going to be Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. April 5th and 7th, we've got VIR. And then April 20th and 24th, back out to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Portland is then up next on May 11th and 12th. May 17th through the 19th, a return to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. I know I am extremely excited about that, Greg. And then May 31st through the 2nd, you will be doing the Watkins Glen race. And then we wrap it all up with our last Super Tour of the year, Road America, June 21st, 2nd, 23rd.
The Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints.
That is, of course, the sprints. And there's going to be a huge event this year. Even huger than normal, because of course coming up next for us after that will be the runoffs, and those runoffs will be making their return to Road America this year. So a whole lot of folks are going to be at the sprints, even more than normal is my suspicion. All right, Greg, anything else before we wrap this thing up? I know we've got some cool things we want to show. Ryan, our director, has been putting some stuff together here. Here are some highlights from the weekend. Here is the start of the Formula Ford race.
Formula F.
earlier today.
I'm going to get you conditioned to say Formula F at some point, Brian.
No, you're not.
But of course, yes. As I said before, I want to thank our great hosts with Cal Club, all of the volunteers that make these events run. We cannot do it without you. I'm not going to run down all of the different specialties, but there are seemingly almost as many volunteers sometimes as there are racers, and it really takes a village to put on these great events. Of course, want to thank our director, Ryan Bauer, Brendan Kazmarek, our producer from DriversEye Live, who as always puts on a spectacular broadcast. And of course, Brian, you said it, I want to thank all of you, whether you're in the chat working with us or if you're one of the thousands that are watching. Thank you so much for joining us here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park.
Also want to thank Alex Bielanski, who is down roaming the paddock for us this weekend, feeding us tidbits of information, very helpful throughout the weekend. All of the folks here who are now going to take time to wrap everything up to get us out of the door and back on our way as we get to the end of the races here. That's going to do it here from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We are going to be back in 3 or 4 weeks at Road Atlanta. For Gregg Ginsberg, I'm Brian Bielanski. So long from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. See you next time, everybody.